welcome everybody to episode 52 of the Lookout Sir 40k podcast, a Warhammer 40,000 podcast made, produced, developed and now delivered to you, the people of the Warhammer 40,000 community, and those of you who mistakenly downloaded this thinking it might be something other than three friends talking about Warhammer 40,000. And to you, we encourage you to hang around, because you never know, you might just enjoy it, but probably not. And joining me as ever, to delve into the wondrous realm of Warhammer 40,000 is none other than my good buddy Phil. How's it going, Phil?
Always a pleasure to be here.
It's always a delight, isn't it, mate? How has the general world of hobby been for you as of late?
Oh, it's been pretty good. I've been working on my Minotaurs as always, and then I've also been making some money, putting some stuff on my little shop that I've got. So I've been doing my little Tarouges, I think is how they're pronounced, or as Toke called them, groin protectors.
Oh yes, groin protectors.
Those groin flaps that you basically get that the Romans and Greeks have. So I've been making them for myself to Greek up my Minotaurs.
Oh, okay. So you've been making your own Greek groin flaps.
Yes, yeah.
And you've been selling your groin flaps.
Well, I have now. Yeah, they literally. I just put them on the shop yesterday.
Are they used groin flaps? Have they seen some action? Is that part of the appeal?
They could be used if you want them to be used. Yeah.
I mean, that could be a market,
or they could
right?
be brand new and shrink wrapped.
What material are they made out of?
So I cast them up in resin because that way you can heat them up and then you can bend them to your heart's desire. So you can get some really interesting poses out of them. Because originally I was looking around online and other companies do sell some, but they're very sort of static and fixed. And basically they don't really look very good when you stick them on the intercessor models. Because they're always like just facing downwards, or they just don't fit very well because they're designed for the old style Space Marines. Whereas with my one, it's a bit more fiddly to do because you attach each strap individually, but then you can pose it however you want. So you kind of get some more interesting poses. And
is it less or more fiddly than the Forge World resin ammo feed and fuel feed tubes that you get for the infantry?
I imagine it's the same. It's the same material, so it's the same sort of concept.
Supposed to say it's the easiest thing ever.
Yeah,
come on, Phil, sell.
Oh yeah, it's so easy, but I think you do require some skill to have to do it. You can't, just be a potato or have fat thumbs. Maybe I don't know. You just got to. It's super easy to do. Like it takes me like a few minutes to do one. Like it's not like a half-hour process. But when you do things with resin, you've got to, or when you're heating it up, you just got to make sure you don't accidentally melt the plastic on your model, for example, by hair drying it for a couple of minutes straight. It's sort of obvious stuff, I guess.
You say that, but when I went to Games Workshop, I want to put the textured basing stuff on one of my Blood Bowl Skaven. I put him in front of the heater to kind of speed it up a little bit.
No.
Then I went to the loo, and when I came out of the loo, a customer came in. I served the customer, and then I went down and carried on painting. And then about half an hour later, I was like, "Oh no!" My model and my little Skaven, fully painted guy, had just slowly kind of melted into a little.
No.
Yeah,
it's a sad time. And to be fair, I have not had the opportunity to get around to introducing Joe. I had a good introduction, all worked out off the back of what Phil had said as well. I was going to say the foremost expert on positioning his groinal attachments. It's Joe.
There is a truth there.
Yeah, exactly. There was also a lot of potential room for double entendres with what Phil was saying, especially when he talked about preferring or being able to do it in a 2-minute session now as opposed to half an hour. He's obviously got his technique down very well.
But surely the best groinal attachment is the little revolver pistol that the guy has from Dusk Till Dawn.
Oh yes, the Dusk Till Dawn groin pistol is probably a thing. Could you maybe consider that, Phil, as an added extra, a hidden treat underneath the flaps?
Yeah.
Well, did you know that the Imperialis Knights? No, the Imperator Warlord has a groin cannon
Oh,
in
really?
the artwork. Yeah, if you look at the old, I think it's the Epic or the Armageddon box set where they first had them, it's got a little groin cannon in there.
Oh, very nice. I mean, to be fair, you would have guns all over the place, wouldn't you, if you could?
Yeah.
Doesn't
Exactly. Why waste that space?
Wasn't there another vehicle that has guns on its bottom, or where its bottom would be, like poking out its
There,
butt?
there is something that's got it. Yeah, I can't remember.
What, like the Marauder bomber?
Yeah, like the Marauder bomber, but not like the Marauder bomber because it's like made in the physical manifest of a man, as it were, or in
Or
the silhouette.
could it be like the equivalent of like one of the planes having like a little stubber coming out from the midsection at the bottom?
That's potentially.
Well, I thought there was like a Walker or something that had something like that, or
Yeah,
maybe
or
it was
was it
a
maybe-
piece of artwork.
Yeah, maybe it was that. Maybe I'm getting confused and starting to think about that big Tau battlesuit, but then it just had guns all over the place. I don't know.
The supremacy suit
The
thing.
supremacy suits, yeah, absolutely. That was that's quite a fabulous looking thing. Which, by all accounts, will probably even get better in 9th edition, won't it? Not that it was bad before.
Yes. I don't think Titanic. Don't know. Possibly.
Who knows, right? If a
Maybe.
vehicle can do
It'd
stuff.
be crazy. It'd be crazy points though.
Oh yeah, that is one of the
I've got-
things with 9th edition is that unless they've got a changing attitude to the pricing of Forge World units as it concerns the points, they're going to be priced out.
I think Forge World, I think they've said is getting play tested and will come out and actually be playable in smaller games. I think things like Warhounds and Reavers might still be your 3,000 point games, and not your 2,000 points. But you might be able to squeeze one in if you've got nothing else.
We can expect the old Leviathan Dreadnought to have a bit of a points hike.
I think so. That's got to be 400 points at least going forwards.
Yeah, because
At
that's
least.
it.
Me and Joe were talking about this the other day, though, actually, when they revealed the new rules for vehicles firing in combat. And we both got a little bit scared when we arrived at the fact that the Grandmaster Nemesis Dread Knight is still a thing. And it was like, oh my, yes. That might create a number of problems early doors.
Yes, there's gonna be a lot of those triple lists knocking about, that's for sure.
Without a doubt, man. I mean, the thing is with the Grandmaster Nemesis Dreadnought is now it's good all the time because you can give it 2 Inferno cannons or whatever they're called. What are they called now? They're flamers.
Incinerators?
Yeah, you can give it his 2 heavy incinerators or his Gatling silencer and an incinerator or 2 Gatling silencers. And then the big hammer or sword or even just his punchy fists. And there you have a character that is pretty much active in every single phase of the game. Even the command phase, I'd assume, because he's probably a warlord of some description.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine his points are going to go up. Well, everybody's points are going up. But I think, assuming it's all balanced, I think a lot of the bigger stuff is going to become way better, but they're all going to go up in points. Not just because everything's going up in points, but above and beyond that, because they're so much better now. Like, they sort of alluded to that already by saying things with Blast are probably going to go up in points just because those guns are now way better than they used to be.
But you can't shoot Blast into combat now, so... Right.
No, but they have stated that you can declare a sequence of firing, so potentially... you could still fire Blast, but you'd have to be able to use your other weapons to kill the things around you before you shoot it.
Exactly. That's why everyone needs to suddenly get sponsored weapons on their Lehman Russes.
100%.
All the Lehman Russes are going to be having those heavy flamers.
Oh, for sure. But then heavy flamers are pretty expensive on the Lehman Russ.
I think they're going to get more expensive as well, though, right? Because
Well, exactly. Yeah.
And are you just better off just going his 3 heavy bolters? Because 3 heavy bolters probably statistically is going to consistently deliver you better results.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean...
I'm talking about heavy Lehman Russ sponsoring things. Don't you sell those, Phil?
Oh, a classic segue, but yes, I do. So I do my internal sponsoring sets. So if you're building a fresh Lehman Russ and happy to cut a big hole in it and stick it on the inside.
Phil, me and Joe getting cut into this business, by the way, because I feel like you're turning this intro segment into QVC, mate.
Well, that was all Joe. That wasn't me.
I know. I mean, is Joe getting cut in then? Is that what is happening here? If you guys conspired against me?
I asked him if we were all getting free samples, and he was like, only if we push it.
Oh, is that how that became a thing?
Yeah.
I mean, you are. If you want some ammo belts or some groin flaps, you're welcome to have a set, mate. I'll give them to
I
you
don't
for
want.
free.
I don't want the groin flaps because I'm sacking off the white scars for the moment. Because I might come back round to them eventually, but I want Carnifexes in my life. It's what I'm missing.
It's what
I don't have anything Carnifex related.
Bar some
I know.
Carnifexes, obviously, that you own.
Yeah.
You
I
do
forgot.
own some Carnifexes, don't you, Phil? You wanted to do a Tyranid army once.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of Tyranid stuff. Yeah,
There you
You
go.
could just
Try
do
and sell him
it.
that.
maybe.
I'll trade you for some white scar stuff.
No, I'm good, thanks.
There you go. There you
I got a
go.
Leviathan Dreadnought.
Ooh.
Extra bit.
Do you know what? I don't actually like the Leviathan model all that much.
How do you
Well, you
not
will
like the
do.
Leviathan model? It's beautiful.
It's beautiful
I
and it's
really
forged
like
well.
the Contemptor, and
I like the
I'd rather
Contemptor,
have-
of course, but the Leviathan is like the Contemptor on like another plane of existence. It's a hench Contemptor.
No, I know, but if you look at the Redemptor, it's like the same size. So it's like if I want a big old Dreadnought, it's like I've got some Redemptors.
No, the Redemptor
Admittedly,
is
the weapon
untouched.
options of the Leviathan are so much better.
Well,
Yeah.
at the moment they are. We don't know what they're going to do to them, do we?
Yeah, I reckon
No,
the
that's
storm
true.
cannon's going to become damage 1
Ooh, controversial.
Hmm.
I think the
or damage 3, but it gets less shots.
I mean, the Redemptor is massive though, because the Redemptor is much bigger than the Leviathan, which is quite a bizarre
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, because everything's
I-
been upscaled.
Yeah.
I want to see a Leviathan version of the Redemptor.
Oh. Oh.
That would just be massive now. Sure.
but it would because that's what
I
Primaris
think-
are
do you know
missing.
what? I think we're going to see something like that. My theory is that because obviously last year was all Phobos armor and we got the war suits. I
Mhm.
think this year, because it's all about Gravis armor, which is a heavier armor, we're going to see like an up armored Redemptor plastic kit. That's
Yep.
my fan theory. With your tinfoil hat on, I think that's my prediction.
I think it's a pretty reasonable prediction, mate. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll do an up armored version at some point. I mean, again, it's followed the same. Well, they never did a smaller version of the original Dreadnought, I guess, but they did do the ironclad version, didn't they? Which was the up armored version of the old school Spudnaught. So, yeah, it's cool to see, man. I think that's the thing though with Ninth for the minute, and just to sort of say for people who are checking out the show and hoping for lots of 9th edition chatter, we've taken a conscious decision at this point not to really talk about all the various rules that are trickling out the door. One, because ultimately everyone else out there is also doing that, but at the same time, until we have a comprehensive insight into everything in one place, we don't necessarily feel like you guys need us to tell you or regurgitate the things that Games Workshop is telling you on a day-to-day basis. So throughout the episode, we'll sprinkle in the odd little anecdote about 9th edition stuff here and there because it's current affairs within the world of Warhammer 40,000. But it's not likely that we're going to go in-depth on all the fancy new rules that are out there at the minute, nor predict what we see coming in the future, bar the fact that we think Grandmasters in Nemesis Dreadknights are going to be pretty amazing. I know we could be wrong. They could be like 600 points a model, right? And then at that point, they're probably not so great. But we'll find out, I guess, in only a few more weeks' time. But expect us, obviously, to talk more about 9th edition when we have something more substantial to talk about, or Games Workshop give us something more to talk about. But before we get into what we're going to be talking about today, it is our tradition now for us to call out 5-star reviews. Now, technically, the first of these, and I've taken the decision because we've had a lot of 5-star reviews come in the last couple of weeks, which is obviously amazing. Thank you, everyone who takes the time to do that. It's a wonderful thing that you've done for us. But yeah, there's a few that's come in, and we kind of worry that we might end up into a situation where we're not able to put out enough episodes to keep on calling out the lovely people that are giving us 5-star reviews. So we're having to at least double up for the meantime. So yeah, there you go. But the first one isn't technically a 5-star review because it comes from our Facebook page, and I suppose this is useful for those of you out there who don't have iTunes, where basically all the 5-star reviews have been, situated up to this point. So, yeah, Stuart Carr has given us what I'm saying is a 5-star review, because we're rated 5 out of 5 on Facebook. Did you know that, Phil?
I didn't.
Well, there you go. Our Facebook page has a 5 out of 5 rating based on the opinions of 5 people.
Oh, wow.
I know.
5 well-knowledged people.
Clearly so. For they have been able to sift through the quagmire of Facebook and find their way to the safe haven that is our Facebook page, of which we rarely, if ever, do anything on.
Is this safe haven, is it like Tortuga, like in Pirates of the Caribbean?
That's
where
it.
It's a safe haven for pirates, and it's just carnage.
That's it. It's where we commune to grumble about, the comings and goings of, I don't know, the British Empire or whatever it was that the Pirates of the Caribbean had a beef with. What was the Pirates of the Caribbean got a problem with in the end?
It was the British fleet and the East India Trading Company.
That was it. No good could come from that. Anyway, so Stuart Carr has given us what I'm saying is a 5-star review on the Facebooks. And he said, I quote, "I look forward to every show, except the shows that are Joe-centric. Those fill me with equal dread that hearing your surgeon for your forthcoming operation is an orc pain boy. Nonetheless, the grace and skill of Dan and Phil more than counteract the drag factor that Joe inevitably produces. Top blokes, great content, shoot Joe in the face like the traitorous swine he is. Tar." And for that incredible review, we of course turn to Joe, who will thank you now for that incredible and lovely series of words that you left us. Please, Joe.
No.
Come on, Joe.
He doesn't want to hear my voice, so you do it.
What do you mean I do it? No, that's not possible. Phil, do you want to do the thank you for Stuart Carr?
I mean, it just feels that it's a bit unfair. It should really be Joe. Come on, be the bigger man, Joe.
Yeah, come on, Joe. Just because all the other people who review us seem to love, throwing, things your way.
Can I just say, before anyone goes, I've got to write 5-star review praising Joe, he's already had about 2 more since this one got posted.
He's
so he doesn't need any more.
Right.
Phil needs the love. That's what he's saying. More Phil.
All right. So, thank you for your kind words, and your praise of Dan and Phil. I'm glad that somebody here brings you joy.
I mean, on the plus side, Joe, he wanted you to be shot in the face. That means that he wanted you to be, killed mercifully.
Quickly.
Yeah, quickly. He didn't want you to suffer. I mean, that's something, isn't it?
That is something, I suppose. Yeah, maybe, yes, thank you for honouring me with a quick death and a closed casket burial. And I only hope my participation in here only increases your happiness eventually. Maybe.
There you go.
I'm sad.
Thank you for your support. We deeply appreciate it. You the man. Right, Phil?
Oh, for sure.
For sure. There we go. And then we're going to do one more 5-star review because, as I said, trying to sort of rattle through them while we got them coming in thick and fast. This one comes from the United States of America, everybody. Oh. I was expecting...
Ooh.
There it is. There we are. Thank you. Now, the person who gave us this review, their identity on iTunes is 55467853, which tells me... Does that spell something in LeetSpeak? Do you remember LeetSpeak that gamers used to use? I don't remember that version of speech.
Where you'd Leet, but instead of the you'd write the word Leet, but instead of the E's, to have like threes.
Oh, I see.
Backwards E.
So our 5s in LeetSpeak.
S's, aren't they?
Okay, so it's SS4. What are we going for 4?
A, maybe?
So SSA 6. What's that going to be?
A G? I don't know.
Okay, good. Okay, so SSAG. 7, what do you think for that one?
7 was always T, wasn't it?
Oh, yes. SSAGT. 8. Is that an H, I guess?
8 was always like... Was that EAT? Like great, wasn't it?
Oh, great. So I think it's definitely not what the situation is. What I'm more curious about, Joe, if this review, given the fact that it is so heavily Joe-centric, I'm curious if this was is an authentic review or one that you've, put on the internet by secret.
But but if it's in America, so I'd have to have gone and connected to an American server. Yeah,
you could have easily accessed a VPN.
Well, it sounds like a lot of effort.
Well, fair enough. Well, look, 5546785 via Apple Podcast, United States of America. This was whoever they may be's review. The Joe Rogan experience of 40k, everybody. I mean, already that is a incredibly...
That's high accolades.
That is a high accolade there. So just without the Rogan, obviously. So it's the Joe experience of 40k, everyone. One truly does experience Joe on this podcast. This is an excellent podcast for keeping up with 40k happenings. The hosts aren't journalists rereading community articles, but veteran players and hobbyists with their own unique insight. There you go, check us out. More importantly, they will sit through hours of GW live streams so you don't have to. The only real criticism is that their insights can sometimes be a bit naive. For example, they seem to think the changes to match play missions represent GW writing rules for ITC and not the ITC rules being copied over and encroaching on the normal matched play. On the other hand, it's good to have a bit of optimism. Altogether, an excellent podcast. Take it away, Joe.
Thank you, Leet Speak Man from America, for your kind words, unlike other people who don't say nice words. But you're a good person, and we like you. Please continue to listen to us and support us.
What did you think about his comments that he thought we were quite naive about our interpretation of ITC rules?
Well, I don't know, it's just one and the same thing, isn't it, really? I guess.
I mean, I feel like our broad criticism early doors was Games Workshop were changing rules and doing things to impact a game system that they didn't actually have any control over, because ITC was quite a separate way of playing from regular 40k. So we were getting rules that affected all of 40k based on ITC changes, or rather things that were being seen in ITC scenarios. Would that be a fair assertion, Joe?
What I think it is that Games Workshop have gone, thank you, ITC, for creating us a good and stable competitive scene. You've done a lot of great hard work for free. We'll take over now. Thank you.
Did they do it for free?
Probably. I don't know.
They've got a Patreon, don't they? They've got a GoFundMe. They've got other things.
Yeah, people, like the community supported them, kind of thing. So GW didn't have to.
Yeah. I mean, they kind of galvanised us, I think, the ITC. I think what they did really well is they took the stuff that was happening and organised it, which was really good.
I think it's like one of those ones where, like, you're at work and you're like, I could tell the boss that this will work, but they won't really believe me until I show them. And then they showed them. And boy, did they show them.
There you go. And now Games Workshop has taken it for their own.
Yeah, they were like, it's one of those bosses that listens to what you say, says it's a terrible idea, and then 2 minutes later goes, I've got this idea right for a competitive game system.
Boosh. It's exciting though, man. I mean, again, it's all good stuff. But yeah, broadly speaking, 5546785 thank you very much for that review. It was very kind of you.
You are the hero of our time.
Hero of our time, indeed. So, at a risk of this thing going on way too long, which it probably already has done, although I'm looking at it before I've edited it, because I made a bunch of mistakes throughout, so hopefully it will come in at around 20 minutes. We'll see. Nonetheless, today we're going to be talking about a couple topics. As we said from the outset, 9th edition isn't going to be massively touched upon today. In fact, the majority of it is going to be covered within the intro segment that we just did and the outro segment at the end, where we'll probably do some general bants about what's going on with the rules as we know them right now. But for today, we're going to kick things off by going in depth on the new Mechanicus stuff from the Psychic Awakening. So for those of you who don't know, the new Psychic Awakening dropped last week at the point of recording, and within it there are loads of really great rules for Imperial Knights, Chaos Demons, but for whatever reason we're going to be talking about the Mechanicus stuff specifically, so that's going to be super fun. Then we also had quite an old segment that we needed to get done, which was talking about GW's price rises. We felt like we had some points that we wanted to raise around that, so we chose to record that, even though it's probably now 2 or 3 weeks out of date, which under our current set of circumstances feels like an eternity. But regardless, we just put it down and we're putting it out there for you to hopefully enjoy. Then we close out the show with the final of our second rounds of the Kotick. And that would be good old Gazgol versus Marnius Calgar. Who will win in that clash of titans, I wonder? And that's it, guys. That's episode 52 of the Lookout Sir 40k podcast. Thank you very much for checking out the show. Please consider leaving a 5-star review if you like the sound of the ones that we called out and you think to yourself, wouldn't it be nice if they called me out over the interwebs? That could be you.
It's like when you send in a picture to Blue Peter.
It is like when you send in a
picture.
It's
like the R equivalent of the Blue Peter badge.
Did they send pictures into Blue Peter? Or, I mean, I suppose they did for like competitions. I always felt like they sent pictures to the show that framed Blue Peter. I can't remember what the normal show was called, though.
I don't know. I always thought it was you sent them in, they just showed off like the daily or the weekly kind of post bag.
Yeah, because but it wasn't Blue Peter a show within the show? Hmm?
No.
Blue Peter was just a show on
I think you're thinking about that art show that had Morph.
No, I'm thinking about the Philip Schofield bit where the Philip Schofield bit where he talked to the gopher and so on.
That was going live, I think.
Yeah.
But wasn't that on every evening? Didn't they do presenters every evening in between the kids' bits?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Wasn't Gordon the gopher with Jimmy Nail?
He may well have been. I don't know.
It's a puppet, and then he hit it with a hammer.
No. That was not Gordon the Gopher. That was Gary, I think, or something.
That was like Dangerous Brian, wasn't it?
That was Dangerous Brian. Yeah. Anyway, look, we're going off on a tangent again, guys. Thank you very much, everyone. Hope you enjoyed it, or hope you will enjoy it. This is episode 52. Let's get on with it. Transitional noise. Woo! So as advertised, everybody, we're now going to talk about the new Mechanicus stuff from Engine War, a Psychic Awakening book. By all accounts, these rules from Psychic Awakening are going to be with us for some time, leading into 9th edition, so we still think it's quite relevant to talk about this stuff and to highlight some of the good things about it, because they're going to be sticking around with us for a while. Obviously, points costs and broader kind of specific strategies and nuances may be refined as time goes on, but hopefully you'll find it insightful what we have to say. And when I talk about we, I talk about me, obviously Dan, hello, and also good old Phil.
Oh, I'm still here.
Of course you are, as is Joe, I hope. Hello, Joe.
Hello.
Lovely. So,
can I just tinfoil hat a second?
Right, why not? Let's start as you mean to carry on.
I kind of feel like the Psychic Awakening books are... Well, actually, I've already got it wrong straight away.
Good.
Because I'm pretty sure the Psychic Awakening books are being released in the order that the new codexes will get released in. Apart from Pariah, unless there is no Necron rules in there.
I don't think there are Necron rules in it, no.
No?
Well, I know that... Well, oh no, yeah, I'm thinking War of the Spider, isn't it? Because War of the Spider is Death Guard... assassins, Custodes, yeah. Well, maybe, who knows, man? Who knows what's going to come in Pariah? I mean, again, we'll wait and see. But anyway, on the topic of what we do know about, the Engine War. So this book contained rules for demons, Imperial Knights, and Chaos Knights. But most notably, because they had a whole heap of new releases, the Fabulous Mechanicus. Now, there's a lot in this book about Mechanicus. Quite a lot of pages, quite a lot of rules. These guys have got new data sheets. They've got new warlord traits. They've got new legion abilities, or whatever they're called for these guys. I've completely forgotten what they call their thing. Forge Worlds. That's the word. So yeah, look, there is a lot of stuff in here for the Mechanicus. So in the interest of trying to keep it as streamlined as we can do, while still being as thorough as we can be, we're going to choose to try and brush over things that may not seem quite as relevant or may have been out in there in the world. So, for example, this book contains a load of rules for the Scorpius hover tank transports, for example, that the Mechanicus have access to. Those rules have been out there in the world for a long time, so we might briefly talk about those things when we get into like the stratagem side of things or other areas, but it's unlikely that we'll go into crazy amount of details about the units per se. Similarly, the Tech Priest Manipulus, we're probably not going to talk massively about him, although he's great. He's great, the Tech Priest Manipulus. Wouldn't you say so, Joe?
Oh, Dr. Robotnik.
Dr. Robotnik, yeah. He's, I mean, he's quite interesting because he adds range to your guns. I mean, that's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, you want, and he gives you bonus to your movement as well, doesn't he? But you want that 6 inches every time.
Well, he has to remain stationary in order to give you the boost to the range. But obviously, him and a bunch of Honor Gadron crawlers is no bad thing, because obviously
him and like a big squad of those the June Stalkers, they're called. The guys with the little Uzis.
Oh, yeah. The infiltrators.
Yeah, the squad that puts out 50 shots hitting on 2s, and then they do mortal wounds on 6s. That squad, they'd really benefit from 6 inches of range.
Well, the only problem is he only adds 6 inches of range to weapons with a minimum range of 24.
Oh.
So he adds 2 inches of range to the infiltrators. And
what we'd all do for 2 inches of range, you know?
I mean, that is a universal truth right there for sure. But anyway, look, long story short, let's get into it and let's talk about some of the fun new stuff, which is, I'm going to butcher the pronunciation. In fact, Phil's our resident person with the ability to say weird words. What do you think the pronunciation, Phil, is of the dogs with flamethrowers for mouths?
Cerberus. I guess it's Cerberus. Sulphur hounds.
Yeah, the sulphur hounds is probably the way we need to go with it.
I think they're the Cerberus sulphur hounds. But obviously they can't copyright the actual word Cerberus, so they've made up their own High Gothic version.
Or Cerberese, sulphur hounds maybe. But yeah, it's like a weird...
The Sainsbury's sulphur hounds.
Yes.
They will be forever known as J. Sainsbury's sulphur hounds. Although I don't think Sainsbury's has had the J at the start of it for a long time. Whatever happened to the J in Jane Sainsbury's?
I don't know. It's like JD Weatherspoons, isn't it? No one ever uses the JD bit.
No, but then no one likes Weatherspoons anymore because the guy who owns it is horrible.
That's true.
Indeed. Or at least as according to the media, but let's not get into that. So, the Sainsbury's Sulphur Hounds. They have a movement of 12, a weapon skill of 4+, a ballistic skill of 3+, strength and toughness of 3, 3 wounds, 1 attack, leadership 6, and a 4+ save. The unit contains 1 Sainsbury's Sulphur Hound Alpha and 2 Sainsbury's Sulphur Hounds. In addition, you can add 3 additional Sulphur Hounds, or up to 6 Sulphur Hounds additionally, for more points. So you can have a 9 Sulphur Hound unit, should you want to, including the Alpha, which is all quite good. And they're equipped with Phosphor Blast Pistols, or rather the Alpha is equipped with a Phosphor Blast Pistol, Sulphur Breath, Clawed Limbs, and Power Maul, and every one of the Sulphur Hounds regular is equipped with 2 Phosphor Pistols, and Sulphur Breath and Clawed Limbs. So, what is a Phosphor Blast Pistol or a Phosphor Blast Pistol Carbine, or even just a regular pistol? A Phosphor Pistol, Blast Pistol, Carbine. Right. So, the Phosphor Blast Carbine is range 24, assault 4, strength 5, -1 AP, 1 damage. When resolving attack made with this weapon, the target does not receive the benefit of cover. Ooh, yes. The Blast Pistol is range 12, pistol 1, strength 5, -1, and, as before, does not allow you to take cover saves. The Phosphor Pistol is pistol 1, strength 4, rather than strength 5, -1, and you can't take cover saves. Sulphur Breath is range 8, pistol D6, strength 4, -1. When resolving attack made with this weapon, do not make a hit roll. It hits automatically, almost like it's a flamer. Clawed Limbs is strength +1, so strength 4. And you get to make 2 additional attacks with this weapon, meaning that you'll have 3 attacks on the basic man. And a Power Maul is what a Power Maul always is, that being a melee weapon, strength +2, -1 damage. For every 3 models in this unit, one of your Sulphur Hounds can be equipped with the Phosphorus Blast Carbine instead of a Phosphorus Pistol or Phosphor Pistol. They have Canticles of the Omnissiah, which is the universal special rule for the Mechanicus. They are Pistoliers. You can choose to fire pistol weapons with this model even if the unit has advanced, so that's a really big deal. Rad Saturation, subtract 1 from the toughness characteristic of enemy units without the vehicle keyword whilst they're within 1 of this unit, so that's pretty strong. And this unit has a 6-up invulnerable save. That was a lot of talking, that was a lot of words. What do you think, people, of our Sainsbury's Sulphur Hounds?
They're pretty cool.
They are pretty cool.
I'm liking them. I like the fact that they're basically armed with like heavy bolter pistols.
I think the thing that's really interesting with them is the fact that everything's a pistol, even their flamers, which is a really interesting dynamic. Sorry, Phil.
No, I was just saying, well, yeah. That's I guess because the idea is they kind of want to get into combat so they can still shoot, or it's just done so if they get stuck in combat, they can still do their main thing, which is shooting stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
they're like a breaching unit, aren't they? In the fluff, they kind of like run forward and harass the enemy, but like you can try and lock them down, but they're just going to burn you with their flamer faces.
I think.
Sorry, Phil. Please.
I was going to say it's just like an interesting combo or combination of they're sort of good in combat, but their actual melee's a bit rubbish. I mean, if you've got the Power Maul, I guess it's not too bad, but they're only doing like 1 attack each, which isn't very good. But they can kind of outshoot you in combat, which is like quite a novel. There's nothing currently that does that. Obviously, 9th edition completely puts that on its head because everything big can shoot while it's stuck in combat. But these are pretty like forefront of that concept, basically.
Yeah. And like AdMech, not universally known for great combat units, mainly being a shooty army. So this is maybe their workaround. Like, I can't shoot you, I can't beat you in combat, but I can pistol you in the face lots.
I think that's the thing with these guys, though, right? Is that they can be really, really bothersome because they can charge across the table. They're going to do lots of meaningful damage because, I mean, you know, ultimately they're both all armed with 2 pistols each and the flamer with a range of 8. So, you know, they've got that 24-inch fret range with the pistol, that 18-inch, or not 18-inch, sorry, 20-inch fret range with the flamer, which is still pretty substantial. Plus, also, there is or rather, because they're pistoliers, they can advance and still use their pistol weapons as well, which is pretty massive. So, the fact that they can basically be going around the tabletop and firing 2 plus D6 shots at 12 plus D6 inches of movement, as it were, is
at full ballistic skill as well, right?
At full ballistic skill, yeah. So they basically, you can choose to fire pistol weapons in this unit equipped with, even if that unit advanced this turn. So there's no stipulation around their advancing, minusing their to hit rolls.
Yeah.
because it's not
Pretty
the
good.
same as a normal. It's not saying when you advance your pistols become assault weapons. It's saying you can just shoot them even if you've advanced.
Yeah.
So yeah, these guys, I think their biggest downside is their toughness and their armor save. I think you're going to be able to chew through these guys really well. But definitely,
Well, I think
oh, sorry.
a big squad might end up being quite survivable because like 3 wounds is still a lot, kind of thing. Like you've got to put a lot of firepower into them to kill off the whole unit. And they've got a 4 up save, but when they're in combat, when they're in cover, they'll get a 3 up save.
Yeah.
Which ain't bad. And obviously GW announced today that like you actually get cover whilst you're in combat as well, which is a weird one. So
Did they announce that? Did they? Are we going Age of Sigmar?
Well, they basically said there's 2 different types of. Well, there's a bunch of different types of combat. Of terrain. One of them's light cover, which is you get a cover save when you're getting shot at, and then one's heavy cover, which is you get a cover save when you're in combat. Or you could have a building that has both, so you get a cover save no matter what.
Yeah, so these guys are going to be able to run in and basically clear that place out, but also then in return receive cover, kind of thing.
They're also a unit that massively benefits from there's that Forge World ability where when you need to remove a casualty, you roll 1d6 and on a 6 you stay. So rather than rolling per wound taken, you just get to roll 1d6 and on a 6 you remain. So there's always a usefulness to that as well.
And also, like, if you run them as Mars and you get because you roll twice, don't you, on the table? And if you've got Belisarius Call, he can manipulate that. Like they will really benefit from Shroud's Arm, which gives them the cover save as well. So that for more often than not, these guys are going to have a 3 up save.
The only thing that, again, is another massive downside, and obviously we don't yet know exactly what morale is going to become, but I guess to your point, though, about taking the big units, if you have a 9-man unit of these in 8th edition, leadership 6, you only need to kill 3 of them, and then you're going to start losing them pretty quickly.
But you can always spend 2 CP to keep them alive, kind of thing, and you probably will do on a big squad. And they have got a 6 up invuln as well. So if they've got the Feel No Pain and that, like, they can probably survive a lot longer than we're giving them credit for.
No, true. And also,
Can I quickly compare them to the Krieg?
Why not?
The
Why not?
Riders, which is probably the most comparable thing.
Got to get that keyword in for the search, Phil.
Yeah, that's it. Can't really say Krieg once, otherwise we'll lose our numbers.
I know. Yeah, got to keep those fans happy.
Yeah.
I think these guys have a better movement because it's 12. I'm pretty sure Death Riders is 10. Weapon skill, they've got 4. Krieg have 3, if I remember rightly, for the Death Riders, or very least command squad. Weapon skills slightly better. Yeah, ballistic skills the same. Strength 3 is the same. Toughness is 3, but the Death Riders is 4 because the horses are a bit tougher.
Sturdy horses.
A bit tougher than metal robots.
Yes, but
Dogs.
these have
They've got gas masks on, haven't they?
Yeah, so that's the difference. So it's sort of the trade-off is these have 3 wounds but toughness 3, whereas the Death Riders have 2 wounds but toughness 4.
How many points is a Death Rider, Phil, in 8th edition?
Oh, it used to be 80 points for a squad of 5, and then I think they might have tweaked it to go up to like 83 or 84 because they sort of went up by like 1 point or something, or
Gotcha.
one thing went up by 1 point. So they're around 80 for a squad. I don't know what that works out to be.
Yeah, well, these guys are 18 points individually, which I think is pretty healthy as well, given the fact that they've got access to all the different buffs and things.
Well, that's the thing. These are really good at shooting with a reasonable range on them. I mean, mostly quite close range, with the exception of the carbine. But with the Death Riders, they're much more melee close combat focused, and I would always say it was always the horse that did the damage because of its savage claws, because it had +1 strength, so you were on strength 4 rather than strength 3. Because quite often the lance, while it's +2 strength -3 AP, that was great, but it only ever worked in one round of combat, or for the first round that you're stuck in combat basically, and then if you were surviving after that, it'd be the horses that were doing predominantly the more damage.
Yeah. I mean, the clawed limbs with these guys is strength 4 as well, but they're weapon skill 4, unlike weapon skill 3 for the Death Rider. I think it's
and it makes two additional attacks. Yeah, so it's the same sort of thing basically.
Yeah. What I think is really interesting about all of this, though, is that actually what I really love about this unit is it's just a truly unique unit within Warhammer 40,000. We haven't seen the likes of this in 40k up to this point. A cavalry unit that is specialised in doing all sorts of crazy close-range fire. In fact, that kind of close-range fire unit isn't really massively featured. Like the idea of a squad of guys that want to get, stuck in, and then when they're in there, they're using hand flamers and pistols to really do their combat damage. So conceptually it's really interesting.
Also, that a lot of the units that do kind of like get in there to do lots of high damage, short range stuff tend to be really weak and kind of just evaporate. Like the Atalan Jackals, whatever they're called.
Oh, what the GC occult stuff?
Like they drop in and they do massive damage with those grenade things.
Yeah.
And then just get blown away in the breeze.
Yeah.
Kind of.
There has been a popular build with GSE in 8th edition where you take a big unit of hybrids with all hand flamers and then have them appear within a certain distance and then shoot. I think they can appear within like 3 inches or something, but can't charge. But you give them all like hand flamers and they turn up and start, burning everything.
Yeah, I've had that against me in a game. It was pretty nasty.
It is, unless of course if you weather the storm because you're mostly tanks and other bits and pieces. Though they do just, again, as Joe said, just kind of fall over in the breeze because they're all toughness free with a 5-up save. So you're just like, cool, bye now.
It's like, I was like, I'll just lie down here, okay? Yeah. You ignore me.
Yeah. So, moving on from the Sulphur Hounds, we have the Raiders, the Sainsbury's Raiders, which is not a reference to recent events with toilet paper sales and the like. But yeah, these guys have very similar stats, if not identical stats, to their Sulphur Hound counterparts. Where they differ is in their armaments and in the general kind of rules that they have above and beyond the standard profile. So if you can recall the Sulphur Hound profile, it's exactly the same, i.e. movement 12, weapon skill 4, ballistic skill 3, toughness, strength 3, so on and so forth. So yeah, look, what makes these guys different? So from the outset, they have a Galvadic Carbine, which is a range 18, assault 2 gun, strength 4, AP nothing, 1 damage. When resolving an attack made with this weapon on an unmodified wound roll of 6, that weapon has armor penetration characteristic of -1 for the attack. There is also a Cavalry Saber, which is wielded by the Alpha, and that is a strength +1, -1. He also has an Arco Revolver, which is pistol 1, strength 5, -2, 2 damage. So he's wielding quite a fancy pistol. But yeah, where these guys really kind of come to life is in their special rules. So they get their 6-up invulnerable save, they get Canticles of the Omnissiah, but they have Skirmishing Line. At the start of the first battle round, before the first turn begins, this unit can move as if it were their movement phase. This unit must end that move more than 9 from an enemy model. If both players have units that can do this, the player who is taking the first turn moves their unit first. And then we have Eye of something or other, Eye of Sainsbury's, as we keep saying in this, segment. Range weapon models in this unit, range weapons model in this unit are equipped with, can target a character unit, even if it is not the closest enemy unit. In addition, when resolving an attack made with a ranged weapon by models in this unit, a wound roll of 6+ inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to other damage. And they also have the option of taking an enhanced data tether, which is essentially if a model in this unit has the enhanced data tether, you can reroll morale tests.
Yeah. Also, there's a great stratagem that Skitarii have where if a unit has an enhanced data tether, you can add +2 to its ballistic skill,
which will sadly become +1 in.
But still, it means they're still hitting on 2s though.
I mean, certainly for 8th edition though, it's still very, very strong.
It's very strong.
Yeah.
And you can pick your canticle, so you could literally start the game with re-rolling ones to hit. So these guys can move 12 inches for free.
Yeah.
And then move 12 inches again.
Yeah.
Be in range of all of your opponent's characters, and then be hitting them on 2s. So you take a big 10-man squad.
Wow, you can only take a 9-man squad.
Or you take a 9-man squad.
And one of them has to be the Alpha, and the Alpha has a pistol rather than the 18-inch range gun. But if you get within 12, that pistol is devastating.
Yeah, so you've got, was it 9 times 7, isn't it? Or no, 9 times
7?
7 times 2. God, my brain is just falling out of my head.
Why is it 7 times 2? Surely it's 8 times 2 because there's 9 of them, or 8 of them and an Alpha.
Yeah, all right then.
So it's 16 shots.
16 shots, hitting on 2s, re-rolling 1s, and you'll do a couple of mortal wounds as well. It's not bad.
That's not bad, man. That's really not bad. Especially, obviously, if you roll the wound rolls of 6 as well, your guns are resolved at an additional -1 AP.
Yeah, that's a nice little touch.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that early doors, and again, these guys aren't crazy expensive in 8th edition. So they're 14 points base, and then when you add in their gun, the gun's 0. So they're 14 points each. They're just 14 points.
It's not bad.
Yeah, 14 points for a unit that will move twice in the opening turn, and then will probably get into range of characters, and then just try and blow a character away, and then just be like, cool, that's your command infrastructure, absolutely, done for. Happy days. Yeah.
That's a great move blocking unit, and also against an army like Guard or Tau or Marines kind of thing, that kind of revolve entirely around their characters. If you got lucky, you could do some serious damage to their infrastructure before the game even begins.
Oh, totally. I mean, to be fair, the heavy emphasis on command infrastructure within the game as it stands is massive. And obviously don't forget as well, you can still take a Vindicare Assassin with your Mechanicus army and suffer no penalties for it. So you may as well also, if you're looking at those kind of options, take that and these guys, and then you've got really, really good character killers early game. And you could do lots of really tricky stuff. There's other stratagems and other weird stuff involving the new flyer around aura abilities as well. So that you're seeing a lot of really great stuff here that can really start to muck around with people's command infrastructure, especially if you take 9 of these guys at 14 points a model. That's going to be, what is that? That's 104 points, isn't it? No, 126 points for 9. So I mean, that's incredible.
14? No, that's not right.
Why is that not right? If they're 14 points, if you had 10 of them, they'd be 140.
Oh, yes, maths.
Yeah, there you go. So if you took 14 away from 140, you'd have 126, wouldn't you?
Yes.
There you go. See? Using the numbers. Although, anyway, I won't tell another story about where I got some numbers wrong. Anyway, yeah, I just like them. Plus, also, even though we weren't going to talk about the stratagems just now, it is worth saying as well that these guys have an interesting stratagem, which is use the stratagem in your opponent's charge phase when they charge a unit of these raiders. You can choose to not fire Overwatch, but move as if it was your movement phase, but you cannot advance. So if your enemy is, 2 inches away from these guys and then goes, right, I'm going to charge him, you can go, okay, cool, I'm going to move back 12 inches. And it's like, oh, yay.
Yeah. It's quite so you can move block like a knight, and then as it goes to charge you, you can like run away giggling.
Oh god, you're absolutely right. Yeah, because that would be so frustrating for a knight, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
because these guys, because they're cavalry, so the knight can't just walk over them.
no.
Oh wow, yeah, that would be really annoying.
Well, I think that ability is going to change anyway, going forwards.
Yeah, but we don't know for sure yet, Phil. So let's just deal with what we know. And 8th edition is what we're sort of at in this sort of mindset. But yeah, look, I mean, regardless, it's a funny little unit for not a lot of points. I'm probably going to buy this unit. I'm probably going to add this to my Mechanicum army and just be like, yeah, 9 of those will be fun, just to have them for such little points. I mean, admittedly, as we know, they will become more expensive in 9th edition, but I can't imagine they become that much more expensive. Especially because no one's really been running them, because ultimately these things have hit when no one's really doing like tournament play, so I imagine they'll go relatively under the radar. They may go up 2 or 3 points per model, in line with all of 9th edition, but I'm confident these guys will stay pretty good.
Oh yeah, I imagine they would have been priced to stay, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
There's no point working out a useful points cost for them now, and then just taking that away immediately.
Oh, indeed. Also, I really, really like how these miniatures look versus the Sulphur Hounds. Mostly the hoods. It's the rider I like. I prefer the Greyhound with the flamer muzzle. I think that's absolutely phenomenal. But yeah, the riders just look really cool.
And these are properly like kind of cowboy-esque, more so than the other ones.
Oh yeah, they're absolutely awesome.
Although I do love the pistols on the other guys.
Yeah, I do. I think if I was going to run the other squad, I'd probably not use the helmeted heads that they've got. I'd probably use assuming that the miniatures work, like you can still pose them effectively with.
But I think it makes sense though, based on like how eccentric and crazy the Mechanicum are, and like how they get different information from different places. Mm. So they've gone, cowboys are cool, we'll make some of those kind of guys.
Yeah.
And then they've seen like historical pictures of like knightly orders, and then created like the pistoliers.
Yeah.
Based on those.
That's definitely like the two influences that they've gone for.
But obviously they all ride horses, but obviously that's what dogs are designed for, kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just awesome. I mean, again, I think any Mechanicus player really needs to get a unit of these guys just because they're just so cool. I mean, whether they're competitive or not is to be determined, but I think certainly within the confines of 9th edition, when it comes around, having the functionality within your Mechanicus army to be able to tear the heart out of your opposition's command infrastructure early doors is no bad thing. So for that, I salute them, and I will definitely be buying some of them. So moving on to the next thing, the next new thing, the new flying people from the good old Mechanicus. Once again, Phil, would you like to do the honours in saying what this guy with the flamethrower and wings is called?
Yeah, so I think it's Taraxi, and then it's Stylos. Sterilizers, yes.
So we go with Taraxi sterilizers.
Yeah, because it's a P, but it's a silent P, so it's Taraxi rather than Ptaraxi.
Yeah.
I think that's how it's done.
I have to admit, I did prefer it in the old days of 40k when stuff was just called Space Marine, Imperial Guard, Stormtrooper.
Yeah, like really phonetic, easy to pronounce, for sure.
Especially with the Mechanicus. I mean, now that we've got early doors with the Scutari, I mean, now it just rolls off the tongue, but early doors I was like, what? And then, but even then they had things like, this is a tech priest. It's like, oh, okay, cool, I can get my head around that.
Can I take you down on a journey through some of the old Forge World books where there used to be artwork for basically Scutari or kind of the Mars army before it ever existed, and you look at all the artwork and it's things like chimeras and land raiders and rhinos, and really like it's just the normal Space Marine and Imperial Guard stuff. It's quite funny that they've gone, no, we need to completely like redo them to not have any of that stuff and be kind of fanciful and crazy, as opposed to just red painted Guard and Space Marines.
It's because Jez got involved, didn't he? Jez was like, "No, I'm not having this. I've got some mad ideas, mate." You know, he's in his twilight years, not in his twilight years, as it were. He's in his optimal years. He's at the height of his madness.
The golden years. Yeah, I mean, what do you want to sell more of? New plastic kits or more red paint?
I mean, why not both? Why not both?
You're right. It's true. It's both. The answer's both.
Yeah. Sorry, Joe. You were going to say?
The thing is, like it's like an Iron Man. You know, back in the day, he was like, "I've got these ideas, but the technology just isn't ready for me now."
Yeah.
And he sends a message to himself. He's like, "Okay, son, future older son, the technology has now caught up with you. Go crazy."
That's it. And with that, he created the Sterilizers, which are a flying unit with a movement of 12, a weapon skill and ballistic skill of 3+. Strength 4, toughness 3, 2 wounds, 2 attacks, leadership 6, and a 4+ save. And the alpha is exactly the same, except has 3 attacks and a leadership of 7. This unit contains 1 sterilizer alpha and 4 sterilizers. In addition, you can add 5 more, so you can have a 10-man unit of these guys. And why might you consider having a 10-man unit? Well, let me tell you. They're armed with the Phosphor Torch. Although there is also the Fletchy Blaster, which I guess
Fletchettes, yeah,
Fletchette Blaster. We'll start with that one. So the Fletchette Blaster is a range 12, pistol 5, straight 3, AP 1 damage weapon. So it's just a lot of shot pistol. But the main reason you're looking at these guys is the Phosphor Torch. So range 12, assault D6, straight 4, -1 damage. And they automatically hit because they are flamers. They are also armed with their talons, their Phyrexy talons, which are -1 AP. This weapon has a strength characteristic of +1 if the bearer made a charge or performed a heroic intervention. So you could be as much as strength 5 when you charge in with these guys, which is quite good. And they also have a taser goad, which is strength +2, 1 damage. When resolving an attack made with this weapon, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores 2 additional hits. So that's what they're armed with. They have...
Can I just say, you forgot to say the Phosphor Torch, which is the flamer, also ignores cover.
Oh, yes, sorry, I forgot to mention that. Yeah, so it's like an old school flamer.
Yeah.
Which is
a
pretty
proper flamer.
So, effectively, it's like having a -2 flamer in most instances. Which is quite handy. They've got the Catacombs of the Omnissiah as usual. They've got Bionics, so a 6+ invulnerable save. They have Soar Away, which, if any of you out there play Swooping Hawks, will seem awfully familiar. At the beginning of your movement phase, this unit can boost into the skies. Remove this unit from the battlefield. It can return to the battlefield as described in the Thermal Riders ability, which is the next ability that comes along. This unit cannot both soar away and descend in the same turn. If the battle ends while this unit is in the skies, this unit is considered to be destroyed. And then the Thermal Riders ability is during deployment you can set up the unit in the skies instead of on the table, and you can put it down on the table more than 9 inches away from your enemy. So it's deep strike. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And then it's also got Swooping Strikes. If this unit makes a charge move, add 1 to its attack characteristic to the end of that turn. So if you make a charge roll with this guy, he ends up having +1 attack, meaning that the basic guys have 3 attacks and the leader has 4. And then obviously if you're making that charge, your talons are strength 5 -1, which is all quite good. But long story short, it is a highly mobile unit of flamers. Very, very good flamers at that. What do we reckon of that, Phil?
Pretty tasty. Lots of flamers and pretty decent in combat as well, which is almost surprising. You'd have thought they'd be a bit more exclusively about the flamers. So, yeah, pretty good unit. What's the... and 12-inch move is fantastic, you know.
I mean, straight up and down, they are just exactly what you need them to be. They are a bunch of guys that can obviously do a lot of damage to horde-based armies. A lot of speculation around 9th edition not being super horde-friendly, so maybe the versatility and general usefulness of this unit may not be quite as good as it is currently. But yeah, I mean, genuinely, I mean, who doesn't love a unit of mobile flamers? I mean, Joe, wouldn't you wish that this was in your Drakari army?
They're basically everything that Scourges should be.
They really are. They really are.
It's really funny because like when Jez did an interview for this army, he was like, I kind of wanted a bit of time away from like the Eldar and do some other kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, Jez, what you've done is you've just made different Eldar.
Yeah.
Better Eldar.
I mean, that
But
is
he has nothing to do with the rules, which is the funny thing. So they've gone. So someone was like, "Okay, Jez has released a new flying unit. We haven't got pictures of it yet." And they're like, "Just do some rules for it." And I'm like, "Okay, cool. We'll just take everything that he's done already and just put those rules to them."
Yeah. Make it much like the Elder stuff. I mean, this in no uncertain terms is. I think this is the Flamer variant, the Sterilizer.
How
variant.
many flamers can you have in the squad?
They all have them.
They all have them.
Yes.
Well, no, surely the Alpha doesn't have it. He's got the blaster and the taser goad.
Yeah, so the Alpha is equipped with the blaster and the taser goad. Every one of them is every other one is equipped with the torches. So
How many points is this unit?
You ask a good question, and I will tell you now. So they are 17 points base. And the torch is coming in at 0 points, so they're 17 points base.
They're 17 points base.
Yeah, for the base squad, yeah. And then I think the goad is the goad. Sorry, is
God.
the goad. I know, Jesus.
The holy God.
That's it's 4 points for the goad. And, so yeah, so you got to pay a bit of a tax for the alpha.
I think so. They're 16 points, 17 points model.
Yeah, with a flamer.
17 points.
And they can obviously leave and come back.
So they're 5 points more than a Scourge, and they've got.
And don't forget as well, though, Joe. They can leave and come back, be outside of 9, but the range of their flamer is 12.
So, yeah, that's really good.
Yeah. Whereas
I guess you got to spend a turn off board.
Doesn't matter, kind of thing. You can just.
Well, actually, it's really good if you can do like a sort of vanguard strike. You can go down one flank, flame something, and then once you've secured that objective, you can be like, right, going off, and then I'm going to come onto an objective or near an objective or the other side of the board. So just sort of flexibility of just to disappear and reappear is really cool.
Well, yeah, because you can kind of like shoot up one side of the board, cause some problems because you've got assault, and then in the side where there's always quite hairy around here.
Run away.
Off I go. So for 5 points over a Scourge, right?
Yeah.
You get an +1 strength.
Yeah.
+1 wound. +1 attack. Same armor save because 4 plus 6 plus.
Yeah.
The standard gun for a Scourge is assault free, always wounds on 4s, no minus. I think I'd rather have assault D6, strength 4 -1.
Well, effective that ignores cover.
That ignores cover and always hits.
Yeah.
And just think your Scourges are probably going to go up in points as well.
Yeah, and in combat they're not strength 4 -1 either.
No, but these guys are strength 5 in the first round of combat, unless they were charged, obviously.
That's a lot for 5 points.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I absolutely agree with you. These guys are very, very strong. Very strong.
They are very points efficient.
No, totally. And the thing is about them is the fact that, I say, the thing that really shocked me about them was the fact that their flavor was 12 inches in range with all of that.
The thing is that they're flying jump infantry.
Yeah.
Like, I could easily see a lot of people running 30-man armies of these.
Well, they've got the infantry and jump pack and fly keywords, yeah. So they've got all the best keywords in 8th edition, certainly.
Yeah.
The only thing that lets them down, in my opinion, is the fact that I think they're not quite strong enough. And if we're going into quite a monster-heavy edition in 9th, they could struggle. But then people are still going to need to take troops and other chaff units, and even just a 5-man unit of these are going to be exceptional at dealing with like the odds and sods that you're going to see in people's troop section. Because people, five intercessors aren't going to be mad keen on these guys dropping on top of them, are they?
No.
Yeah, I mean the other good thing is this is an excellent screening unit. You got a 12-inch movement. And you've got a 12-inch flamer, so if anyone tries to charge you, you can be like, right, you're getting... Right.
Except Harlequins.
The thing is, though, armies that currently already take a lot of troops are still going to take a lot of troops. Like, sure. Orcs and Tyranids, and Guard, aren't really going to change.
No.
Like, they're still just going to be running mad loads of stuff.
And even I think they'd be taking less than they currently are,
but just who's really not going to enjoy this? Tau shield drones.
Oh god! Oh yeah, absolutely. Because that's the thing as well. You think about the sort of big guns you can have to back up the Mechanicus, right? And you think about all you got to do. Admittedly, you got to bring your guns to bear turn 2 rather than turn 1 if you're going to jump in and do this. But yeah, literally, you can bring these boys down. If you had 2 squads of them, you could just wipe out all those shield drones, and then, yeah.
Like Tau are not going to have fun with this. Orcs are definitely not going to have fun with these guys.
Elder don't like it very much either, mate.
No.
Elder do not enjoy -1 AP strength 4 in abundance. They just hate it. I mean, admittedly, if you're taking lots of Wraith Guard, fine, but yeah, if you've got Dire Avengers, Guardians, Dark Reapers, even the Elder Flyers aren't going to love this because they're going to be like, oh, good, you're winning me on 5s, but you got lots of shots at -1. This is the thing. It's like, an Elder army would not enjoy this very much either.
So it's really going to suck for a lot of armies.
Yeah. But there you go. So we're in favour of them, is what we're saying.
Yeah, I love this unit.
So what I'm saying now is, Joe, I need to buy 10 of these as well, do I?
I think so.
I think so as well. I think 9 horses and 10 of these boys is a must. Although before we 100% sign off on the sanitizers or whatever they were called just a second ago, I've forgotten what their flipping name is. The sterilizers, sorry.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about the Sky Stalkers. So they're exactly the same in every way as the sanitizers. In terms of their profile, so movement 12, weapon skill ballistic 3, strength 4, toughness 3, 2 wounds, 2 attacks, leadership 6/4 plus save. But what makes these guys different is where the other guys have flamethrowers, these guys have carbines and lots of shots. So let me take you through these guys. They first of all have the Fletchy. How did we agree with that? Flechette Blaster. Which is a range 12, pistol 5, strength 3, AP0, 1 damage weapon. And then they also have a carbine variant of that, which is range 24, assault 5, strength 3, AP0, 1 damage. And then they also have the goad as well, which we talked about before. They have the bionics, so they have a 6+ invulnerable save. And they have the Soar Away and Thermal Riders abilities. But then they also have the Arc Grenade Cluster. At the start of the shooting phase, you can select one enemy unit that this unit moved across this turn and roll a d6 for each model in this unit, adding 2 to the result if the unit is a vehicle. For every 5+, they suffer a mortal wound.
Oh.
So against a vehicle, every 3+ is a mortal wound. And if you've got a 10-man unit of these guys, that could potentially be as much as 7 mortal wounds done to
and everyone has an arc grenade cluster?
Yeah, for everything in the unit has an arc grenade cluster. So if a 10-man unit flies over a dreadnought, it could potentially kill the dreadnought in a oneer, because the dreadnought's 8 wounds, isn't it? No, 9 wounds. 8 wounds?
8 wounds.
Yeah, so you could leave a dreadnought on 1 wound just by flying over it.
It's like someone looked at the pterodactyls from the Seraphon army and gone, let's copy those rules, they're pretty good.
Yeah, basically. I mean, the thing is as well, though, right, if we're moving into a situation where you're likely to see lots of dreadnoughts and vehicle-heavy armies, I think these guys could also have a real competitive edge, because, fly them over vehicles and just be like, boop.
What's also interesting is you can do that every turn. Like, every turn. Normally, when it comes to sort of bombing runs, it's like a one-off or like a limited number. In fact, you can do that every turn in addition to your shooting. That gives them a lot of versatility as well.
No, but you have to be quite close though, don't you?
Well, yeah, you have to. You will be dancing around in the face of the enemy.
I guess a 12-inch range only gives you so much. So, for example, a dreadnought space is probably 4 inches across, maybe a bit more.
Yeah,
like you've got to be pretty close to it if you want to pull it off in the first place.
Oh, totally. But then the thing is, you only need one model in the unit to have breezed past it, and then the whole thing triggers. Is it
just one that needs to go past it, or does the whole? Is it for every model?
So the rule is, at the start of the shooting phase, you can select one enemy unit that this unit moved across this turn.
Okay. So you don't need to try and get everyone to go across it.
No,
so that makes it a lot easier to pull off.
Well, and this is the thing, right? You could snake these guys out into a long 10-man line and just be like, whoop, in different places. You know, you could do some shenanigans with them. But the thing is that the idea that you're going to be able to do this turn after turn is obviously complete fiction.
Yeah.
But
multiple units doing it as well. Oof.
Oh yeah,
right, I mean, that's gonna really upset a Knight player.
Oh, Knight players will utterly hate it. I think a lot of Marine players that are going to be running lots of Dreadnoughts in 9th edition early doors might get unstuck by these guys. And I suppose it's important that we acknowledge how many points they are currently. The Sky Stalkers are 15 points a model.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Get your Drukhari rage on, Joe.
Whoa. Games Workshop, you insult me so.
Yeah, exactly right. So
and
they.
The thing is that, like, and these guys ain't no slouch at shooting. Like, AdMech have some serious like toys to play with, like in terms of strats.
Yeah.
Like, I think, like I could easily see a new army of basically just 3 squads of 10 of these and 3 squads of 10 of the other ones and some of the doggos.
I mean, the thing is, right, is I think these guys can also potentially utilise or can gain access to that stratagem where you're doing mortal wounds for your shots.
Yes, because Wrath of Mars is just a universal one.
Yeah. So you could, if you took these guys as Mars, a 10-man unit of these guys has 50 shots.
Yeah.
So you could still Mars them.
And you can do. I'm pretty sure can you do that in combat as well.
Possibly. I mean,
I can't remember. I haven't got the AdMech Codex to hand. But the fact that you can get, because they've got the stratagem which gives you +1 to hit in combat as well.
Mm-hmm.
So with their taser goads, they're hitting on 2s, and every 6 is exploding. I do like that they've changed it slightly, because the taser goads for other units is when a resolving attack made with this weapon, an unmodified hit roll of a 6 scores 2 additional attacks. All the other stuff currently in AdMech is a 6+, scores additional hits.
I think didn't they FAQ that though?
I'm not sure.
I think they FAQ'd any instance of 6+ and clarified that those are always supposed to be unmodified 6s. But again, I mean, I'm procrastinating on that one, I think, at this point. But look, I think that unit for 150 points, if you're taking 10 of them, I don't really necessarily know what the massive downside of them is. Again, it's a relatively cheap unit that you can keep in reserve, bring down, hose down units with a truckload of shots. I mean, again, as you said, Joe, you could be in a situation where you can have them hitting on 2s, re-rolling 1s with 50 shots. Admittedly, only strength 3. But again, against Drukhari, for example, they ain't going to enjoy that.
It's going to suck big time.
Yeah.
And like, it's gonna really hurt. And the thing is, you don't even have to deep strike these down. They've got movement 12. They can just loiter.
And all their
loiter
guns
near the front of your lines until something is brave enough to come near them.
All their guns are assault as well, so they can advance and still shoot, except for the pistols, admittedly. But literally, so 9 out of the 10-man unit could still advance and shoot, and they still get the cluster. So if you think about one of your units in a Venom, Joe, these guys one-shot them. Because they'll go over, they'll do all the mortal wounds to the Venom, drop that, and then the guys will get out and they'll shoot them all dead.
Oh, it'd be horrible.
So, yeah, a unit 10 of these...
You don't want these things going near, like, your Ravagers, for instance.
Oh, God.
Or the thing is, though, these things annihilate planes as well.
Mm.
Like any Eldar plane or that comes near your lines, you're like, boop, I'm just gonna blow you up. Thanks for coming over here, kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, if the 10-man unit is at full strength and you move over a plane, yeah, I mean, by the mathematical averages of rolling 3+, you would expect to get 7.
I know, but the thing is, though, like,
but then you just keep shooting them afterwards.
Drakari plane has got 10 wounds.
Oh yeah, Drakari planes hate it.
Yeah, like they'll fly over, do like 6 or 7 wounds, and there's I've got 3 wounds left. Okay, cool. Have 50 shots. Yeah. Hitting you on 3s. Yeah. Are you wounding on 6s? I don't care.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if that does fail, I'll just charge you and beat you to death.
Yeah, beat you to death.
Because they'll be wounding on 4s in combat.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's the thing, man. These guys are... That's where I'm torn. I don't know which one to build. Maybe I've just got to buy 20 of the guys.
I think you just need to get both.
Yeah, I think I do need just to get both. That's the way forwards.
Yeah.
I'll put in an order, Joe. It'll be with you next week, and you can start paying those up for me, yeah?
I'll put it in my schedule.
Indeed. Right, okay, cool. Let's breeze past the Scorpius Dune Riders and Scorpius Disintegrators, although anyone who knows anything about those particular vehicles will tell you that they're very, very strong. We've seen a lot of new tactical nuance added to the Mechanicum with the addition of these 2 transports or heavy vehicles. And
the great thing is they've been added to the Start Collecting box as well.
Yeah, which is an absolute thumbs up. I mean, those boats... When I saw them at Warhammer Fest last year, I was like, look at them. But long term, I mean, I'm not laughing now, shall we say? They are.
I haven't played against them yet.
Have you not? I've played against them so much, mate.
Well, clearly I spend too much time at the bottom tables.
Yeah, like honestly, these guys are getting
exactly the sort of minimum 5 squads of them. All loitering around top tables, probably.
Oh, mate, they're absolutely horrendous. They're so good.
But when I qualified at Heat, whatever it was that we did, there was loads of them around then, but I just seemed to like avoid them somehow.
You know, the most mental thing about them is there's a Mechanicum stratagem where you can actually make them blow up. So you don't even have to roll for it. You just go, no, I'm just going to blow them up.
Wow.
Yeah. So when they die, so it's crazy how versatile they are. It's just, yeah, they're super good. But let's just finish out talking about the units by talking about the Archaeopter. The Archaeopter, is that sounding about right, Phil?
Yeah. Sounds good.
So there's 3 variants of this thing, right? You've got the Transvector, which is more of its Daiquiri variant. Of all of the variants of it, it's the one that I didn't quite get in its entirety because it's a lot of infantry stuff. The plus side to it is that you can transport stuff in it. So obviously that is a massive upside to it. It's a transport variant of the Archaeopter, which I suppose is actually quite useful. But it doesn't have much in ways of armaments, and I'm not entirely sure how vital this style of transport is for the Mechanicus. But we'll get into it in a second when we talk through the broad rules for these guys. You've also got the Stratoraptor. That sound about right, Phil? The Stratoraptor.
I don't. Let me just double check.
Sounds about right, you know, because Stratosphere.
Yeah, so this is your version of the Archaeopter that's covered in lots of big guns. So it has the Phosphor Blasters, the twin Cognos Las cannons. So this is the Daiquiri version of it. And then the last one is the Fuselav, I think, which is the bomber version of it. So I guess Fuselav or whatever it goes from. That sort of things.
No, I think that's right.
And this one is armed with the bombs. But the universal things that are true of all Archaeopters are that they are variable amounts of movement. So they can either move 20 to 50 when they're at their full profile. But if they're between 1 and 2 wounds, they move 20 to 25. Their ballistic skill on their highest table is 3+, and on their lowest is 5. And their attacks are also variable as well. So at the highest profile, they have 3 attacks, and at the lowest, they have 1. So they are weapon skill 5+ all the time. They are strength 6, toughness 7, which is a very sturdy plane. 10 wounds, leadership 9, and they have a 3+ save. The universal rules that they have, I believe, I'm just checking all 3 of them simultaneously here. Yeah, so they all have the command uplink ability. So the command uplink ability, if this model has a command uplink, friendly Forge World units can use this model's leadership instead of their own whilst they're within 6 of it. And if you remember, a lot of the Mechanicus stuff has very low leadership, so being able to be in proximity to a Archaeopter that is leadership 9 is actually a big boost for your army because it helps make your units more survivable, which is super cool. Additionally, they all have the Chaff Launcher ability. So when resolving an attack made with a ranged weapon against this model with a Chaff Launcher, reduce the damage characteristic of the weapon by 1, which is pretty massive for anyone who's tried killing wave serpents. And yeah, that's pretty good.
Why aren't smoke launchers that good?
Well, because, you know, unlike chaff launchers, smoke launchers are just nice, clean air that's just, well, not clean air, but it's just dirty air, where this has got chaff in it, it's got stuff that reduces the potency.
No, okay.
Is that how it works? Also, it is a maneuverable craft, so when this model moves in your movement phase, first pivot on the spot 90 degrees. This does not contribute to how far the model has moved. Then move the model straight forwards. It can pivot up to 90 degrees one more time at any point during this move. When this model advances, add 20 to its move. Do not roll d6 for the advance. So it always advances 20, and it can pivot 90 one more time at any point during its move. So that's a very clear distinction as well from the Avatar, whatever it's called, the Wings of Cain ability. Because Wings of Cain is move at 90, move it, rotate at 90. This is move at 90, move it, and at any point move it at 90 again and keep moving.
That's very cool.
They're better at Eldaring than actual Eldar.
Yeah. Now, I'm not entirely sure whether that's a typo and whether it's intended to be the same as the Eldar variant, but it is worded differently.
It makes sense because these are sort of the weird bug wings that maybe they would sort of flitter around and move slightly differently.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I think it's probably likely that that's what they've done with it. That it indicates it's, you know, increased mobility. But yeah, I mean, this to have an Imperial flyer that is as mobile, if not more mobile, than the Elder Craftworld flyers is a massive plus for the rank and file of the Imperium.
Joe, do you feel like Jez is having a laugh at you with your Elder now?
Pretty much. Because Razorwings can't even do that. And the fact that this plane can do a full-on U-turn is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Because you're like, okay, I'm gonna turn 90, move 6 inches, turn 90 again. I'm now facing the other direction.
Well, the way it's worded, right? So when this model moves in your movement phase, first pivot it on the spot up to 90, then move the model straight forward. It can pivot 90 one more time at any point during this move. So technically speaking, you could just pivot on the spot 180.
Yeah.
Technically. I mean, again, it depends what your opponent... I dare say a lot of people who've been running this have interpreted it exactly the same as the Elder rules, because it's a cleaner way of dealing with it, but that's not what they are. This thing zigzags all over the place.
Yeah. And the fact that it still remains airborne is what is pretty
Yeah,
incredible.
It's a bit weird, because they say move the model straight forwards, and it almost sounds like you just... Yeah, because it wouldn't really make... Yeah, it would be a bit weird, because it's either you pivot, but you're still moving it in that straight line, in which case just pivot at the end, because it makes no difference. But it feels like it is an additional turn that you can make.
Yeah. The other thing is worth highlighting with these guys as well is they all have hover jets. So before the model moves, you can declare it's hovering. So you can just come to an absolute halt as well.
Wow.
So this
Yeah, that makes sense.
this thing is so utterly mobile, it's ridiculous. So it can literally none of the things that people with other flyers have to think about, they have to think about with this thing. It's got every mobility rule imaginable.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's as if Belisarius Cool made this.
Oh, exactly. He knows what's up. So yeah, and then look, they're airborne. So all the usual stuff with being an airborne unit, i.e., they can't interact with things that don't have the fly keyword in terms of like combat and other bits and pieces, unless of course they hover. It can explode. So on a 6, each model within 6 suffers D3 mortal wounds, and it's hard to hit. So it's -1 to hit the thing as well. The only additional rule for any of them is the bomb rack, which is specifically for the Fuselage version. So bomb rack, at the end of a movement phase, this model can drop heavy bombs on one enemy unit it moved over in that phase to a minimum of 10d6, sorry, to a maximum of 10d6, Jesus. A minimum would have been crazy. A maximum of 10d6. Roll 3d6 for each vehicle and monster model in that unit, and 1d6 for each other model in that unit. For each roll of a 4+, that unit suffers 1 mortal wound.
And it can do this infinite times.
Infinite times, yes.
Wow.
Yeah. So
On a
much
unit that can on a flying unit that can just do a UE.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And the joke is as well, though, mate, is you can make it a hover jet, jump over stuff because you still have the fly keyword, and then bomb it and then charge.
Great.
Because it's got little legs, isn't it?
Yeah, and like these guys in conjunction with the little flying dudes.
Yeah.
Just the mortal wound output of that army is mental.
Oh, it's crazy. I mean, admittedly, these guys aren't as good at doing mortal wounds to vehicles as the little flyer guys, the Skystalkers, but they are better at doing mortal wounds to infantry and other things.
Good little synergy there, though, if you've got both of them.
Oh, totally. There's real synergy with all of that stuff.
And then you run these alongside the flying ones that just drop electro priests on people. They fly by.
If you're dropping electro priests on people, then you're not doing the bombing run though.
I don't know, you just have 6 of these planes, don't you? Just 6.
Six.
You just live to excess. That's what you do.
You have 9 of them. You have 1 of each variant.
And
and then that's the way it goes. I mean, yeah, the transport capacity is it's 6 electro priests or Scutari infantry or 6 Secutari. It cannot transport Belisarius Call, though.
Well, he is a big boy.
They can transport regular tech priests, but not Belisarius Call.
He is massive. So
the only other thing that's super interesting about this stuff, though, is that it states that they can transport Scutari infantry, which the flying guys are as well.
Yeah.
And they've not stipulated that they have an increased capacity for their wings.
Well, maybe they just latch on to the outside.
Yeah, a bit like those old Gerardin guys.
Oh, what flipping heck! What are they called now? The Sky Pirate versions with things,
or like the Harridan, the Tyrann big 4-droidy one.
The thing is interesting because there was a similar weird loophole with Elder transports for a while with Shadow Spectres. So they made it clear that jump pack units couldn't get inside of transports in an FAQ, or rather, sorry, on the actual transport. They said if you're a jump pack unit, you can't go inside a transport. But the Forge World Shadow Spectre unit was a jetpack unit, so it was like, cool, I'll put that in there instead. It's like, and then they were like, no, nothing.
You do love a loophole.
Oh, everyone loves a loophole. But yeah, no, I mean, well, whether or not that is the case, that you can put the flying guys inside of the transvector, I guess, is to be determined. But as it stands right now, without checking any FAQs, it seems like that's plausible. But obviously, don't go out there and take our word for it. Please, by all means, read the FAQs because we're not going to right now. But yeah, check it before making any purchasing decisions, obviously. But it seems likely that you can do it, which is quite nice. So there you go. Look, that was all the new fancy units and all their new fancy stuff. I've definitely sort of painted myself into a corner there with regards to things I need to buy. So that's going to be exciting for me, if nothing else. But yeah, let's move on and talk about the new Warlord traits. Now, noting that these Warlord traits are a bit bizarre in some respects, we'll try and kind of keep it under control in this point and try and breeze through it, I guess. So, look, if an Adeptus Mechanicus character model, excluding named characters, is your Warlord, you can select a Warlord trait from below for them instead of the Warlord traits table from Codex Adeptus Mechanicus. So, there are 4 of these different Warlord traits. And what makes them really bizarre is each of them has 3 different things that they can be. So, yeah, let's just read it through. So, the first one is Learnings of the Genitor. Because I guess, what is it? Like, the Pre-Genitor is one of the names of someone important, isn't it?
Yeah.
The progenitor is obviously like the creator.
That's correct. So this is the learnings of the lesser creator, I guess. Or maybe it's just an abridged way of saying it.
I guess so.
Who knows? Anyway, at the start of your turn, you can select one of the aura abilities below until the start of your next turn. This Warlord is treated as having that aura ability on their datasheet. So, the learnings of the Genitor can give you Hyper-Cybernetic Physiology. Roll 1d6 each time a friendly Forge World Cataphron Breacher, Forge World Cataphron Destroyer, or Forge World Servitor model loses a wound within 6 of this Warlord. On a 5+, that wound is not lost.
It's pretty good.
You also have Biochemical Aggression. When resolving an attack made with a melee weapon by a friendly Forge World model whilst its unit is within 6 of this Warlord, on an unmodified wound roll of 6, improve the armor penetration characteristic of that weapon by 2. So, e.g., AP 0 becomes AP -2.
That's really good.
Very good.
And fear responses, anyway, I'm not going to try and pronounce it. We'll just move on. When a morale taste is taken for a friendly Forge World unit within 6 of this Warlord, do not roll the dice. It automatically passes.
Boring.
What do you mean, boring? It's incredible.
Because Adeptus Mechanicus have like quite low morale.
Really
That's
low morale.
gonna double up really well with those big 10-man bird units.
Hugely
I mean,
strong.
you really need to sort of see how the morale system is going to work in 9th to be able to judge it going forwards. But for 8th, yeah, it's all right.
But here's the thing, right? Think about it this way. This guy surrounded by breachers who are themselves leadership 6. Like, the fact that this guy can make them fearless, but then can also give them feel no pain 5+ on top of other stuff. I mean, it's utterly mad.
Mm.
And he's got options that you can change this every turn.
Yeah, that's the cool thing, is that every turn you can change it.
Yeah, it's such a versatile ability. I suppose the only downside of it, if there is a downside, is if someone goes first against you, the wording of this rule is at the start of your turn, you can select one of these aura abilities. Until the start of your next turn, this Warlord is treated as having that ability. So if you go second, you don't have this ability until your turn.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd only want to use the one where you pass them around in the first turn anyway.
Well, you'd want to use the 5+ feel no pain, surely.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, that one.
There's that. So there's a Forge World trait basically. So when you lose your last wound on a 6+, you don't run away.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really good double up. You're like, oh, I failed my last wound with my 5+. my wounds in total has now gone to 0. I roll a dice on a 6+. I'm still alive.
Correct, yeah. Because it's a different interaction, essentially.
Wow.
So yeah, there you go. So, all right, cool. Next one is analysis of the logos. Obviously, the logos are important. At the start of your turn, select one of your abilities, exactly the same as it was before. So you've got predicted movements. When resolving an Overwatch attack made by models in a friendly Forge World infantry unit within 6 of this warlord, you hit on 5s and 6s.
Cool.
Which is all right.
I guess the thing though is you declare it in the start of your turn, so you've got to think a turn ahead what your opponent's doing. But yeah, that one's not bad.
That is not bad. You've also got Empiric Prognosis. Roll 1d6 when a friendly Forge World model would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound in the psychic phase. Whilst this unit is within 6 of this warlord, it ignores it on a 4+.
That's very niche.
I don't know, mate. Against Grey Knights and things like that, that's huge.
Yeah,
This is selective.
You're against a psychic heavy army. Then.
So if you are coming up against Thousand Suns or Grey Knights, you take that 4+ ability.
Oh, for sure.
And if you're coming up against a Nids army kind of thing, and you know they're going to be pushing into you, you're going to be taking the Overwatch.
Well, you've also got a third option as well, which is Flaws of the Foe. When resolving an attack made with ranged weapons by friendly Forge World models within 6 of this warlord, on an unmodified hit roll of 6, the armor penetration characteristic is improved by 1 to an AP of -1 in the example. So, not that great. I mean, of the two of it, you're probably going to be looking at the 4+ ignoring stuff against psychic attacks, I guess.
Yeah, because the Overwatch one is a good deterrent kind of thing. You're like, I'm putting this on. Don't charge me.
The next one is Divinations of the Magos. As before, you've got 3 options. You select at the start of your turn. The first one is Overloaded Safeguards. When resolving an attack made with ranged weapons by friendly Forge World models within 6 of this warlord, an unmodified hit roll of a 6 scores 1 additional hit. So imagine that on your robot men. The old...
That's pretty tasty.
Yeah, it's very strong. Aggressive subroutines. You can re-roll charge rolls made for friendly Forge World units whilst they're within 6 of your warlord.
Yep.
I mean, it's all shades of good. Predatory programming. When a friendly Forge World unit within 6 of this warlord advances, roll 1 additional d6 and discard 1 of the dice when making the advance roll. Predatory programming, Joe, I mean, that's something that you've got probably a lot of opinions on, right?
It's just really good.
Yeah.
Why have they just decided that Mechanicum are just Eldar now?
Because they're robot men.
Because of Jez, you got to go sort them out.
Also, here's a weird one for you. Tau Fire Warriors are literally trained, like, to be like some of the best technologically advanced like soldiers, right? Why did they only hit on 4s with shooting?
Well, because they're not, robot men.
Because they're the same as guardsmen.
Exactly. The thing about the towers is they wear those super sophisticated helmets to augment their vision, but the idea of towers is that they train really hard, but they're just genetically inferior from the outset.
Oh.
Like they're relatively physically resilient, I think, is the general idea of the Fire Warrior, but they've got really bad eyesight, is what they've basically said.
Are they the weird fish-eyed ones from Battleship?
Yeah, they're just a little bit, that's why they have to get that weird kind of like data thing going on so they can actually work things out. And then last of these warlord traits is Fabrications of the Artisan, which the first of this is Exquisite Calibration. When resolving an attack made by a ranged weapon by a friendly Forge World model within 6 of this warlord against a unit that is within half range, improve the armor penetration characteristic by 1. So if you're half range, your AP goes up by 1.
That's not bad.
It's really good. Really, really good. I mean, it's much better than all the previous entries where you had to roll a 6 to get an additional.
Well, what's the range on a Dakabot? 36.
36, yeah. So if you're within 18, you can get an additional AP.
It's not bad.
Which isn't bad. Mastery of Motive Force. When resolving an attack made with an arc weapon by friendly forge-wrought models within 6 of the Warlord against a vehicle unit, an unmodified wound roll of a 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to other damage.
That's pretty good.
Now,
Because you could combo that with the other ability. Was it the Pistoliers that do that as well?
yeah, but they don't have arc weapons.
So it's only arc weapons.
Yeah, so the arc weapons are predominantly wielded by the Skitarii Vanguards, I think. And the Rangers, right? The arc rifles.
Yeah, they got that. That's not bad though if you're running like a Ranger army.
Yeah,
I mean, they've got so many abilities to do mortal wounds.
oh yeah, they got mortal wounds for days, these boys. And the last of their abilities is Enhanced Engine Interfaces. Friendly vehicle models within 6 of this Warlord can shoot in a turn in which they fell back. Which is probably not going to be as useful in 9th edition now, but still, not bad.
It's funny because like a lot of armies have mortal wound output in replacement for like lack of numbers and lack of like shooting. Like Mechanicum don't have like problems with either of those things.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean,
And
have you
then-
ever been charged by an Electro Priest unit? The amount of mortal wounds those guys output is insane.
And like, because they do mortal wounds when they charge you, and then they do mortal wounds when they hit you.
Yes, yeah.
It's bananas.
Yeah, it's utterly, utterly mad. The Mechanicus army is just so filled with tricks and nonsense. It's utterly incredible, really. The more and more I read all this stuff, I'm like, well, I own a Mechanicus army, but it's mostly just the rusty 17, as it were, and other kind of like Vanguards and an Onaga Dreamcrawler, but I'm looking at it in conjunction with my Imperial Knight stuff, thinking, yeah, there's more and more reasons all the time to expand this collection. It's crazy good.
But then, like, would you have to then struggle with the idea of which one you take to a tournament, your Eldar or your Admech?
Really depends, doesn't it? I think it's good to have options. I mean, I'm going through that process at the moment where I'm, again, trying to kind of streamline stuff because I've realised I've got an absolute ton of Blood Angel stuff. I've got a ton of Deathwatch stuff. I've got a really great Knight army. The beginnings of the Skitarii army. I've got a massive Elder collection. I'm getting to that point where it's like I probably just need to focus on those 4 and not try and kind of go much bigger at the minute. I'm definitely looking at downsizing it again. In that hobby ebb and flow, I'm definitely looking at how much of this stuff that have I got that I can sell, because it was all getting a bit bad. But anyway, yeah, look, I mean, I don't know. I think I'm always going to probably go with the Elder because they're my comfort zone, but it's just cool to explore and think about options, isn't it?
Oh, good, yeah.
Right.
They're going to be proper tasty.
So that was their Warlord traits, in addition to the Warlord traits they've got already. I mean, really interesting, again, new mechanic there, or not necessarily new. I think, didn't the Thousand Suns have something similar? No, they had
yes, they did.
Yes, they did. They did.
But they got specialities within. So they basically got chapter tactics, really.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah. So.
But regardless, it's a really nice thing that you've got a Warlord trait that gives you 3 Warlord traits in one. Admittedly, some of them are better than others, and some of them are obviously going to be quite situational.
Because it's a Warlord trait that replaces your bubble ability, or is it just a new bubble ability?
New bubble ability. So you keep your old one and gain that.
That is good.
That is very good.
Yeah.
It's just strong. It's just really strong. So yeah, well done there. That's well good. Let's talk about their stratagems if we can. And rather than me talking through all these stratagems, maybe we could have Phil kick off the proceedings by telling us about the first stratagem, Phil. Top left on the old page. Tell us about that.
I see why you've given this one to me.
No. Nothing to do with that, Phil. Just, off you go.
It's the Olfactorum Aggressor Imperative. There you go.
Well done.
Easily done.
Easily.
It's 1 CP. Use this stratagem in your movement phase. Select one Cerberus Sulphurhounds unit from your army until the end of the phase. When that unit advances, add 6 to the move characteristic instead of making an advance roll. In addition, until the end of the turn, models in that unit shoot as if they did not move that turn. It's pretty good.
Which, given the fact that when they advance, they do that anyway, but I suppose it's handy for the 24-inch blaster thing they had, right?
Yeah, hold on. Let me just go back and look at the stats of the original ones. So not the Raiders, but the Sulphur Hounds. Because they've got all their pistols.
All their pistols fire as if they've not moved not advanced anyway, because it's specified in the Pistolier special rule. But they do have the blast carbine.
Yes. Yeah, so it's quite useful for that, I guess.
I mean, the most useful thing about it is being able to automatically advance 6. I mean, again, Elder have that stratagem, and all you get is the advance your 6. So, the fact that it gives you something extra is no bad thing.
Yeah, it's sort of deceptive because it seems better than it really is. Because, as you said, the ability to shoot and not have a -1 penalty isn't really that useful for them.
Yeah, but I mean, knowing that you're going to advance 6 is always quite useful, though. Especially with those pistols that can fire as if they've not moved all the time. Especially with the relative short range of your flamer muzzle things. So, the fact that you can guarantee if you know that you need that extra 6 inches to get all those flamers in range, then it's hugely useful.
Well, I suppose that the fact that they don't count as moving means that because the horses don't get the Pistolier rule, do they?
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Oh,
because it's all one thing. There's no horse entry and a thing. They're just the same thing.
Okay then.
So yeah, it's a weird extra, but hey, it benefits the Assault 4 blaster basically, and that's it.
That's something that it clarifies it, doesn't it?
It does. It does. Joe, do you want to tell us about Raptorial Strafing Fire?
Raptorial Strafing Fire is a 1 CP stratagem. Use a stratagem in the shooting phase when an Archaeothopter Stratoraptor model from your army is chosen to shoot with. Until the end of the phase, when resolving an attack made by that model against a unit that cannot fly, add 1 to the hit roll. So it's strafing 1, basically.
Yeah. And this is the Daiquiri version of the Archaeopter as well.
And does it ignore negative modifiers? Well, it soon will do in 9th edition. That'll be very exciting for it, won't it?
That will be a wonderful time.
I like the fact that all the rules beside, Archaeopter Stratoraptor sounds like something from Dino Riders.
It really does. It really does. And that is what makes this even greater.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, next on the list of stratagems is Steel Rain Fusilade, whatever it is. Use the stratagem in your shooting phase. It's 1 CP when a Skystalker's unit, so a Rakai Skystalker's unit from your army, is chosen to shoot with. Select one enemy unit that is not Titanic until the end of the phase when resolving an attack made by a model in the Skystalker's unit against the selected unit. If a hit is scored, the target is suppressed until the start of your next turn. When resolving an attack made with a ranged weapon by a model that is in a suppressed unit, subtract 1 from the hit rolls.
Well, I'm sure they'll struggle to hit with all 50 of those shots.
But if they don't kill you, they're going to make you -1
Why don't
to
they
hit.
why don't they just say, like, 1 CP, you pick a unit, and it can't shoot Overwatch guns? Otherwise, because it's madness. Like, you just have to hit them once. How many dice do I roll? 50. All good.
Yeah. Well, again, though, the only stipulation is it's non-Titanic, though, right? So you can do that to vehicles, which is quite incredible.
So, you pick one unit? or it just has to be hit by them?
So use the stratagem in your shooting phase. Unit from your army is chosen to shoot with. Select one enemy unit that is not Titanic until the end of the phase. Yeah. So you select
Because
one.
some of those stratagems, like you pick a unit, you roll to hit, and then the unit you've hit then can't do it. So you go, cool. Each one of my guys who fires 5 shots is going to shoot 10 different units.
Yeah, and I'll choose one of them to be suppressed.
But that's not fun for a Tau army. Anyway.
No. I mean, obviously, when Tau are hitting on 5s, they're having an even less fun time, aren't they?
Yeah. So I can back this stratagem.
It gets your seal of approval.
Yeah.
Well, why doesn't Phil tell us about the next one?
Let me go have a look.
Oh, where are you, Phil? What's happening now?
Just moving a bit. The Raptorial Strafing Fire?
No, we did Raptorial Strafing Fire. Joe had that one. You're on Tactica.
Tactica Obliqua.
There you go.
Obliqua? Yeah. 2 CP, this one. Use this stratagem in your opponent's charge phase when a Cerberus Raiders unit from your army is chosen as the target of a charge for the first time that turn. Instead of firing Overwatch, that unit can move or fall back as if it was your movement phase. It cannot advance as if it's part of this move. That's interesting. You can do it if you're already in combat but get charged a second time.
Yeah, so
because instead you can fall back.
That's even better.
I know, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. So we talked about it already because it was that dumb that it was worth talking about. Because these guys moved 12. So you can literally be in a situation where you could charge into a unit in your turn, have a bit of a scrap with them while they're near something, and then someone declares a charge on the unit to get involved, and then you go, cool, I'm out. It's just like...
Well, you can use them if you're clever as like a lure unit. You can like put them somewhere tantalizingly close for like 2 or 3 units. You go, cool, I'll overwatch that one unit, and then you can charge me with the other one. Oh, you've charged me with the third one. Bye! And then you can just leave these 3 units of guys just stood in the middle of nowhere, ready to be shot the next turn.
I mean, really good against people like Blood Angels or Harlequins who want to use you really to like leapfrog to get to somewhere else, or like Wrap and Trap, just to keep you alive so they can go up the board scot-free.
That is the thing, right? If you're looking at wrapping and trapping stuff, these guys are a nightmare because you're literally like, nope. And
just run away, and then you've left them sort of stuck in the middle of a board, not able to slingshot themselves up.
I suppose here's the question: would you tell your opponents that's a stratagem in a tournament setting? I'm saying here, not in friendly play. Would you tell them?
It's a difficult one.
Because it's such an important strategy.
Because it's one of the it's an argument as old as time. Do you give away your game plan, kind of thing?
Yeah.
Because it's not your job to tell your opponent like everything in your army.
Correct.
Because if you did that before the game started, you'd both be stood there for ages, killing a lot of like playing time.
Yeah.
But you don't want to be that guy who your opponent's about to do something, and you can be like, oh, by the way, if you do charge me, I will leave you in the dust.
But then also you can argue when people play regular tournaments, you experience this stuff once and you don't ever let it happen to you again because you learn from the mistake. But again, I agree with you. I'm always torn. I have been on the receiving end of these kind of situations on a few occasions and have felt quite bitter about it. But at the same time, I kind of respect the fact that, you know, if I didn't ask or I don't know, then that's on me.
But it's also like, do you only tell your opponent about stratagems that you perceive to be harsh, kind of thing? Like,
yeah, it's true, because I'm probably not going to take that much time to tell them about, you know, I'm not going to point out the fact that I can automatically move 6 inches, am I?
No.
So, just so you know.
Just so now I get to move an extra 6 inches, and they'll be like, okay, cool, why are you telling me?
Yeah.
I mean, the polite way is potentially to, when you're talking through your army at the very beginning, go, yeah, they've got a stratagem where they can fall back when they get charged.
Yeah.
And then if you want to be sneaky, just don't mention it again.
Yeah.
And if they charge them, they've sort of, you know, you've forewarned them So you can be like, great, right, I'll play this stratagem.
Yeah.
I guarantee they'll forget you said that to them, and only the thing is, because you can't win anyway. I mean, I had a game against a guy, and I told him at the start everything that was in my army, and then I saw on a chat group that he was grumbling that I didn't tell him about the thing that was in my army, and I was like, well, no, I did, I definitely did, but he was like, oh, he kept that secret. I was like, no. It's one, it was on the army list. Two, I told you about it at the start. But obviously, in the heat of the moment, people just want to remember what they remember. So,
But if you're
Well,
going
people, it goes in one ear, it goes out the other.
Yeah, of
so
course,
you
of course.
Go through army lists.
But it's like if you're going to an event, like a big event that you kind of want to win at, and your opponents want to win at, kind of thing. Like you'd kind of expect them to have a reasonable grasp of everything. Like,
I mean, good luck with this edition.
Yeah, but like you can't expect every opponent to remember everything.
I totally agree.
But it's not. But I don't think you should, because it's one of those like because then otherwise you're giving the game away.
It's true. I mean, sometimes there are actual tactical advantages to expressing these situations to your opponent.
Yeah, you can tell someone as a bit of a like to kind of mess with their head. They're like, "Oh, I see you want to charge my guy. Did you know I could run away? I could let you commit and then charge." And then your opponent's like, "Oh, this is a problem because I've set myself up to do this."
Yeah.
And then, but it's like, I'd rather know now before I charged you than do that. But then they could turn around and be like, yeah, but if I knew that, I wouldn't have moved here. And it's like,
yeah.
So it's that's always a difficult one.
It is always a difficult one. I think the problem is with stratagems like this, they're super important to have in your back pocket as surprises, but then the very nature of the surprise is something that players find quite difficult to take. Especially if you've got a player who's all about the charge, right? It's like my Gene Stealer army, it's all about getting in. I've manoeuvred. I'm within 2 inches. I can definitely charge you. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm going to declare a charge. 2 CP. You can't charge me anymore. What? It's like what? Why don't you tell me that when I put them?
I suppose it's one of those like before the game starts, you go, "Have you played against this army before?
Yeah.
Do you know all of its tricks?" And if they go yes, you just kind of carry on. If they go no, be like, "Well, do you want to know it, or do you just want to kind of find out as it goes along?"
Yeah, true. I mean, and this is the thing. We're talking about this unit like it's incredible. I mean, it's not one of the best units in the game. It's just it's a frustrating situation to find yourself in. So I guess
I think because other units have access to falling back stratagems when they get charged, but normally it's like D6, not a full 12.
Yeah, and normally it can't be done when they're already in combat.
Mm.
That is the craziest part of it.
Yeah.
It's and then here's the thing as well. It depends on what the interpretation is around the charge phase, because again, you could argue that you declare all your charges, then you resolve them, or do you declare, resolve? Which version do you go with?
You declare resolve.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Fine. So you could still fear. Oh no, because again, well, yeah. So
because it's the charge phase and then it's the combat phase.
So the squad that you left from falling back could try and roll a double 6.
Potentially, yes.
But then the joke is that you'd overwatch them.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. So you run away and then they go, "I'm going to charge you now." Then overwatch.
Because so you can overwatch as long as there's no one within an inch of you. But if you've fallen back, then they roll to charge, then you get to overwatch. So you potentially get double overwatch then.
What's super weird though, actually, is when you evaluate the wording, it says instead of firing overwatch, that unit can move or fall back. But if you were in a position where you had to fall back, you wouldn't be able to overwatch. So therefore, why are you able to do it?
Because it's just trying to condense 2 different actions. The moving, instead of firing overwatch, you can move, or you can fall back, basically.
But you wouldn't be allowed to fire overwatch.
No, I know, but rather than have 2 separate sentences,
fine.
It's just condensed into one.
So our interpretation and agreement is you can do this whether you're within an inch of an enemy or not.
Yes.
Sounds amazing. Good. All right. Brilliant. Sounds like a good rule. Let's talk about the next one, which is Joe's to talk about, isn't it? Deeply Sunk Talons.
What?
Is it your turn to talk through the stratagem?
Yes. There's deeply sunk talons. Ironic, really, because I'm gluing arms on Gene Stealers. Use this stratagem in your opponent's movement phase when an enemy infantry unit within 1 inch of your Patraxi sterilizers.
The Flamer guys.
The Flamer guys. So basically, use this stratagem in your opponent's movement phase when an enemy infantry unit within 1 inch of your Flamer guys unit from your army is chosen to fall back. Roll a d6 on a 2+. Their enemy unit cannot fall back this turn.
I thought you'd enjoy that.
Wow. That's really good.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Yeah. For 1 CP, that's not bad.
It's so good. Admittedly, it depends what you're in a fight with, right? And whether or not you're going to be up for surviving that fight. But basically the idea that you can run into something after flaming it and then just stop it.
It's like the equivalent of it's like when you see you see a film where there's a bird strike and they're trying to run away, but these things are clawing onto their heads and pecking them as they're running around screaming. But this time they're on fire. At the same time.
It's super good. It's the long and short of it. It's amazing. So there you go. Deeply sunk talents. Lots of tactical flexibility and only 1 CP, Joe.
But it depends on what infantry unit you're talking about, because it's one though the trade, because you are only toughness 3 and you've got 2 wounds.
Yeah. And
you've got 4 up save. Yes, you want to remain in combat with those Tower Fire Warriors or those drones. Well, the drones haven't got the infantry words, or those guardsmen. You'd gladly let that unit of Space Marines leave you. You'd be like, please don't stay here and punch me more.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a nice piece of tactical flexibility.
It's a good situational one. But yes, I want to keep those witches next to me because they're actually not going to do that much damage to me.
Yeah, it's a stratagem you use 1 in 3 games probably.
Yeah,
but when it comes up, it's going to be really annoying. And again, do you tell your opponent about that? It's probably not. Probably not. And to be fair, though, they got their fly keyword infantry. They can probably just wrap you anyway, right?
Yeah, I think the more you go on about, I think it's a case of you don't want to be the first person to do that I got you moment, but like you say, they'll learn from it.
Yeah.
And if you want to be competitive, it's kind of your job to know what this is.
I agree.
What this stuff is. Because you've got to be aware of what's coming up.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah.
So the last of the stratagems on this page, anyway, is Seismic Bomb. So use this stratagem. It's 1 CP in the movement phase after moving an Archaeopter Fuselage unit from your army. Select one enemy unit that the Archaeopter Fuselage unit moved over that phase. That enemy unit is shaken in your opponent's next movement phase. If a unit that cannot fly and is not Titanic is shaken, half its move characteristic and the results of any advance and charge rolls made for it.
Okay.
So bear in mind, you can fly over a unit and bomb it with this thing, but in addition to bombing it, you can also prevent another unit from moving very far.
That's very good.
So the double whammy, and bear in mind this thing moves 50 inches and can zigzag all over the places we've acknowledged. So you could definitely do some work with that.
Oh god, yeah. You could bomb a unit of orcs and then stop another unit of orcs from moving around, kind of thing.
Oh yeah, halving an orc's movement's crazy. In movement 2.
Does it affect their charge?
Movement 3.
And the result of any advance and charge roll. Yeah, because they could. So you could fly over a unit, do serious damage to another one, and then your opponent's because an orc player would be like, I can't jump this unit now because it only charges 6 inches.
Yeah.
And I can't. Or you bomb a unit, then tell a unit that it's moving half, and then they can't green tide it.
Yeah.
So that has some powerful kind of combinations to it.
Certainly against orc opponents. I mean, even
Yeah.
against things like Harlequins, though, as well. They ain't going to enjoy that.
No, Tyranids aren't going to like that.
Yeah. Those new Triarch Destroyer things they've got for Necrons probably ain't going to love it.
No, anything that reduces like move on combat units is going to make them unhappy.
Yeah, except for obviously the ones with the fly keyword because they ignore it.
Yeah, Blood Angels will just laugh at you, and then they'll go and punch the plane.
But then, for the Blood Angels, you just mortal wound them to death.
That's true. Yeah, then your flamer guys come down and burn everything.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, sorry, what? Oh, sorry, we're too busy shooting you to death. Phil, do you want to tell us about the stereoscopic triangulation?
Yeah. So, 1 CP, you use this stratagem in your shooting phase when a Scorpius disintegrator model from your army is chosen to shoot with. Till the end of the phase, if that model shoots all of its weapons it is equipped with at the same target, then when resolving an attack made by that model, add 1 to the hit roll, and the target does not receive the benefit of cover. So, shoot all your stuff at one thing, you get +1 to hit, and ignore cover. Not bad for 1.
And this thing is covered in guns. Is the thing?
So this is the boat that isn't the mortar one, but has the turret, right?
Yeah, it's the turret one with the missiles on the front. So it's got heavy D6 missiles, and it's also got the option of either having heavy 3D3 or heavy free. Not heavy free, sorry. It's it's the Belisarius energy cannon, or Beliurus energy cannon. But yeah, it's a range 36 heavy 3D3.
Not bad.
And it's also got a thermite cannon. I think that must be another option, which is heavy free here. And then it's got the Cognos heavy stubber, which is just heavy free. So yeah, it's got loads of guns. Is the long and short of it.
I presume some of them are anti-tank, some of them are anti-infantry, but you've kind of got to sacrifice your infantry ones to shoot at probably a vehicle, for example.
Most of the time with these, they're not very... Well, I mean, they're just good in all situations. I mean, you take the transport variant with all of its Cognos heavy stubbers, more for infantry, and then you take the disintegrator one to just be a general all-rounder. It's just lots of damage. They can also ignore line of sight with those guns.
That's fun.
Yeah, so they can shoot through walls, which is always hilarious.
Jesus.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, Joe, tell us about the assassins.
The Circuitus.
There you go.
So I'm going to say Circuitus. The
Why not?
Circuitus assassins.
Circus assassins.
Use this kind of like in James Bond. Remember when he dresses up as a clown to try and kill someone?
Oh yeah, what was that 009?
Yeah, and he does.
And
it.
he
And he has
dies
to
on
do
the
it in
electric
front of-
fence.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
gets a knife in the back.
Oh, is
and
he a knife in the back? I always seem to remember he died on an electric fence for some reason, but it's been a long time.
He
since I've seen
gets
it.
a knife in the back and then falls on the fence.
Ah, okay, there you go.
So, use a stratagem at the start of your movement phase. Let one Sicarian Ruststalkers unit from your army that is wholly within 9 inches of any battlefield edge. Remove that unit from the battlefield. At the end of the movement phase, you can set up that unit anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 9 inches from any enemy unit and wholly within 9 inches of the battlefield edge. So
Ruststalkers
can
continue.
Ruststalkers not infiltrate?
Yeah, so Ruststalkers continue to be the thing that they don't like. Clearly, it's like everything else gets cool stuff. What about us Ruststalkers? Oh yeah, relatively lackluster redeploy.
Yeah, you don't get to infiltrate properly like the other infiltrators. You get like a kind of infiltrate, but it's not that great because you get screened out really easily.
Yeah, Ruststalkers continue to be an underwhelming addition to the Mechanicus range.
Yeah, it's not great in comparison to an access of just birdmen.
Yeah.
But if you want the whole set, I suppose, and you've built them, it's a useful stratagem to have, I suppose.
Indeed. Then, and this is a bizarre scenario, we have one of the few, if not only, 0 CP stratagems.
Oh. Ooh.
I know, right? Mechanically interesting. A 0 CP stratagem. Me and Phil were talking about this in relation to 9th edition, where we were talking about how Overwatch could potentially be a 0 CP stratagem, or other things could potentially become 0 CP stratagems, because it means that you can only do it once per phase, but...
Was this me?
Oh, maybe it was...
I don't remember.
Maybe it was Joe, I can't remember. I talk to these two guys very frequently, so all the conversations blur into one. The point is, we were talking about this potentially being a thing. Here it is as an example. So use this stratagem in any phase. A Scorpius Dune Rider model from your army is destroyed. Before any embarked units disembark, until the end of the phase, when a model disembarks from that Scorpius Dune Rider model, do not roll to see if it is slain. Which is amazing. So 0 CP, nothing in your Dune Rider dies.
That's nice.
I mean, it's exceptional. I mean, Joe, imagine if your Venoms had that.
Stop rubbing it in.
It's true though, right? If you had those on your Venoms, you'd be well happy.
I would be quite happy.
Especially for no CP.
Yeah.
It's basically just a special rule. They may as well have just put it in there, but obviously they only want it to be done in limited capacity, I guess, so they've made it
Yeah, because otherwise just be like just bum rushing people with toasters, wouldn't you, I suppose?
Yeah, of course. Although you're still probably going to do that anyway with this, just do them one at a time.
Yeah, just feed them one.
Yeah.
But it's only D3 Mortal Wounds, though, isn't it? It just...
No, mate. What do you mean D3 Mortal Wounds?
Hang on, no, sorry. I
You're thinking of a different thing. This is so you have a 10-man unit in this thing. None of them die.
That's quite good.
So a 10-man unit of Electro Priests hoofed up the board in that, and then kill it, and they get out and go, cool, whatever, come at me. It's pretty strong.
I don't like it in the sense that I wish that I had it.
Do you want to tell us about the next one, though, Joe? Perpetual Incense. Is that right?
Yes.
Yep.
Use this stratagem at the start of your fight phase. Select one Sidonian Dragoons unit from your army. Until the end of the phase, when resolving an attack made against this unit, subtract one from the hit roll.
It's alright, it?
It's not bad. Because they've got -1 to be hit from shooting, haven't they? So it's quite tasty. It's always a useful stratagem to be -1. It's almost like they've got lightning fast reflexes,
almost.
but it only costs them 1 command point instead of 2.
Yes, but it's only for a specific unit.
That's true.
So it is limiting in that respect.
Yeah.
Phil, what about the next one? The overcharge, the electrostatic overcharge.
Hold on, let me get it up.
We don't need you to do that, Phil. Just look at the stratagem, mate.
TV. So as 1 CP, use a stratagem in your shooting phase when a Corpuscari Electro Priest unit from your army is chosen to shoot with. Until the end of that phase, electrostatic gauntlet models in that unit are equipped with an armor penetration characteristic of -2.
Yay! More good stuff for Electro Priests, everybody.
Yeah.
Wait, actually, no, because this isn't the stick ones. This is the handsy ones, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the ones that no one takes. So yeah whatever.
The snail men.
The snail men.
They got like those snails, didn't they?
Yeah, they're not a great looking squad, are they? The Electro Priests, sadly.
I hated the models for those when they were released, and I continue to hate them.
Is there any good proxies or things that you can use instead
there
of them now?
There was a really good proxy in the Secretary Hoplites, the Forge World guys with the shields and spears.
Yeah.
But then Forge World went and gave those actual 40k rules, so now you technically can't use them for that.
There must be some like Age of Sigmar miniature that you can kind of make work as them, though, right?
What I think, if they're Electro Priests, what you want is just an army of Empire Battle Wizards. That's what you want.
Empire Battle Wizards. That would look so utterly ridiculous, wouldn't it, amongst all of it?
But
the guy with his big wizard hat and his flaming hands.
They'd still look better than those god awful models. I suppose what you could do is just use like Rust Stalkers. But just don't give them any weapons. Just give them the little clawed hands kind of thing. Like that would look a little bit nicer. Admittedly, they'd be on the wrong size base, though.
Yeah, I think you could do some stuff with
snails.
Snails, yeah, actual just snails, just a unit of snails on bases.
Yeah.
That are obviously still alive, but hopefully throughout the course of the game they won't move too far from the bases that they're sat upon.
Yeah, just like put them in like shot glasses or something.
Just tiny snails in shot glass. Amazing. Right, okay, cool. Next stratagem, 1 CP, Mechanicus Locum. So use the stratagem before the battle. After nominating your warlord, select one Forge World character model from your army that does not have a warlord trait and determine one warlord trait for it. It is regarded as your warlord for the purposes of that warlord trait. Each warlord trait in your army must be unique. If randomly generated, reroll duplicate results. So use this stratagem at the start of the battle. So it's 1 CP, and I'm guessing you can do it multiple times. So if you wanted, you can go, look, everyone's got a warlord trait. Yay!
That's pretty good.
It's alright, isn't it? I mean, everything's pretty much got that these days. Well, it's beginning to get that stuff these days, so good that they got it as well. Phil, what about the pattern iteration identified?
Yeah, so that is a 1 CP one as well. Use this stratagem in your shooting phase. When an Iron Strider Bellastari unit from your army is chosen to shoot with, until the end of a phase when resolving an attack made by a model in that unit against a unit without the Titanic keyword, add 1 to the wound roll.
It's so good.
+1 to wound against anything that isn't Titanic. I mean, they seem to have a lot of abilities in this army where it's anything but Titanic.
Yeah,
which is pretty.
Yeah, because they've got Titans in their codex anyway.
Yeah, because they hang out with Imperial Knights all the time.
Yeah, they can hilariously they can take an Imperial Knight in their own Supreme Command attachment, which is brilliant.
Yeah. I mean, normally you get it's normally specifically vehicles and monsters and not infantry, or maybe it's infantry and monsters but not vehicles, and this is specifically pretty much anything.
Yeah.
So it's pretty good.
And the fact that Iron Striders are armed with twin las cannons or twin auto cannons.
Compass auto cannons, no less.
Yeah, and you have them in units of 6. Right.
And you've got other stratagems that increases their to hit rolls as well.
Yeah, so they're hitting on 2s.
Yeah. Bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. Like, such a good anti-flyer unit now.
Yeah.
Because before, when they were shooting at flyers with their las cannons, they were winning them on 3s. But they were hitting on 2s, winning on 3s. But now they're going to be hitting on 2s, winning on 2s.
Wow. Really good.
Jesus.
Which is bananas. Joe, do you want to take us home with the last of the stratagems?
Electrofilament countermeasures.
Yes, the very same.
Use this stratagem at the end of your movement phase. Select one Archathopter unit equipped with command uplink from your army. Until the start of your next turn, enemy models' aura abilities have no effect whilst within 6 inches of that unit. For 1 CP. That's pretty good. What they've done there is they've taken what Alpha Legion have and Night Lords have, made it cheaper, and given it to a plane which can go anywhere.
Yeah, and
that's clever. Which does 180 I don't want to swear because I don't want to drag our rating down.
Yeah,
that is. Because when we first saw that rule kind of leaked, we were like, oh, it won't be that efficient because it's on a plane.
Yeah.
And they're difficult to manoeuvre. Wow.
Yeah, not this thing, mate. Not this thing at all. Bear in mind as well, you could enter into a situation where, again, using hover, you could move it and then charge into a character.
Yeah.
And then do this.
Be like, you can't kill me.
Yeah.
So you're stuck with me.
Yeah. I'm on you. I'm hugging you, and I'm stopping you from doing stuff.
This absolutely. If you can get yourself into position, this absolutely ruins a Harlequin player's day.
Oh, it ruins so many people's days. It's literally like you think about Marine armies, you think about Guard armies, you think about all the armies. Like, literally, so many aura abilities that are just turned off, gone. It's insanely powerful. And you can take it on any Archaeopter. So you can literally move, bomb people, make someone -1 to hit, and do that to them.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be quite hard to pull off like an optimal use of doing all of that on the right targets, but if you can do, that's bloody great.
I honestly don't think it is. I think with a 50
I think
move,
you're going to have to run multiple planes though in this for this to work, to kind of get everywhere. Because if you hover it somewhere and you park it next to Gilliman and you're not flying, he's just going to go and flip it.
He is, yeah.
That's brilliant.
But then he can't re-roll to hit or wound.
Yeah, until it's dead.
It's dead. And he ain't going to kill it with shooting. So that's the thing, right? That's the crazy thing, is like doing that to a chapter master and a lieutenant completely neutralizes their following turn.
And it's not a single model either, because most other armies that have access to this stratagem, you pick a single model and you shut off its abilities. Whereas this is multiple models, and a flying base is big.
Yeah, I suppose the downside for it is obviously use the stratagem at the end of your movement phase, so they in response are going to be able to move out of range of this aura.
No, that's true, actually. Yeah.
But for like
but you're making them having to do that, and also as well
is for the greater good an aura ability.
Yes.
And is Savior Protocols an aura ability?
No. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. Now you're asking. The greater good is the. No, so the greater good. I thought you were talking about like the ethereal stone form and all that, or whatever it's called.
All that stuff. Those are all. But like the Overwatch one.
No, that's not an aura. That's that's a reaction.
Mm. What this is really good at is a sort of, a close combat defense mechanism. So if you think you're going to get charged by a bunch of guys, like I said, Space Marines with the captain and lieutenant, or lieutenant, you park your copter near your guys that you think are going to get charged. So it's like, you've got to either go through my screen or hit one of my core units, but you're going to lose all your buffs.
Think about it as well, though, in conjunction with the Sterilizer's ability to stop you from moving on 2+. Because that's the other thing. Like, you think about traps and things that you can create. You can create scenarios where you can literally lock a character down with no intention of killing it, but just keeping it in a place and then turning off all its abilities.
Yeah.
So those are the synergies you got to be thinking about when you're running this. Is right. What is my strategy to keep that guy where he is and stop him from doing anything? And then equally, though, I mean, but for Harlequins, it's double bad, because obviously most of the Harlequin auras are based on survivability. So it's feel no pain buffs. It's reducing the range buffs. All that goes. So Harlequins hate that because a lot of their auras are linked to survivability.
Yeah, and you do the damage to them in your shooting phase as well.
Yeah.
So you can just shut them down and then shoot the absolute snot out of them.
Yeah. You just turn it all off and then just do away with them. It's crazy. It's just really strong. It's very, very strong. And again, we don't know what future aura abilities are going to start doing the rounds, but there are definitely. We'll use an example that probably isn't going to see a lot of play anytime soon, but Typhus buffs Plague, buffs Poxwalkers to toughness 4. Not with this, It's all that kind of stuff. There's so much stuff out there where stuff gets better when it's within range or something, and that's it's huge. And even if it's not huge, it's on a unit that already had incredible versatility. If you're taking the bombing run version of this thing, it's already amazing.
Yeah, because you got to put it next to your opponents anyway.
Yeah.
So it's actually a very defensive one. It's like, I need to get close to you to set these bombs off. I need to survive a little bit longer whilst I'm over here.
Yeah, yeah. So there you go. Lovely, lovely. That was the stratagem side of things. We're just going to finish up now by talking through the last part of the Codex. Or rather, well, it's not technically the last part of it, because there is also a load of specific Forge World pieces that we could dive into, but it is getting quite late for us at this moment in time. So talking about Forge World dogmas probably is going to be a little bit kind of difficult for us. But yeah, I guess the last piece of this is they've got specific canticles of the Omnissiah. I'm trying to work out if this is different. It seems that they've added specific canticles for specific Forge Worlds.
Yeah, so you replace one of your existing ones on the D6 chart.
Yeah.
With one of these.
Yeah. So how's about we quickly talk through these as the last thing, ignoring all of these new custom Forge World dogmas, because I just, this thing's going to be long enough as it is without us going into that. So let's just finish out with these new canticles. So the first one is for Riser, which is situation in savagery, or citation in savagery. Sorry, situation in savagery. Dear me. Anyway, the armor penetration characteristic of melee weapons for models in effective units is improved by 1. So that's pretty cool. So again, if you're looking at those flying guys and other things, you could be getting up to like -2 for Riser, which is no bad thing. So that's a canticle that you have access to now. Mars, they've got Panegetic. I can't even say these words.
Panegetic or
Anyway,
Pangreic.
As we said before, guys, this is a bit of a tongue-twisting exercise playing this army, but it's called Precision. There you go. Models affected in effective
Procession, I think that is.
Oh yeah, Procession, not Precision. It's getting late. The dyslexia is coming on strong. Models in affected units do not suffer the penalty for moving and firing heavy weapons. Increase the strength characteristics of heavy weapons. Models in affected units are equipped with by 1. Goodness gracious, that's pretty fabulous.
That's pretty good, especially when you consider that the old DACA bots go from strength 6 to strength 7 now.
Yeah. That's especially with all those other stratagems that we were talking about earlier. And then if you've got a whole Belisarius call within range of you, you're re-rolling everything, and Mars is no joke, man. Those boys have got.
I mean, obviously the moving and not having the penalty won't affect vehicles going forwards anyway. But for anything that's like infantry based, that would be pretty good.
Yeah, because it's for mainly that's for the DACA bots that hang around with Belisarius. You take Belisarius call, and then he gives you the 2d6, which you can then adjust with your Mars ability. So you're more than likely going to be getting this every turn.
Yeah, it's so good. Then we've also got Lucius, or Lucius, whatever it is. It's Luminescent Blessing. Improve the invulnerable saves of models in affected units by 1. Good God. That's so good.
So your entire army pretty much has a 5-up invuln across the board.
Yeah, for a turn, your entire army has a 5-up invuln.
To a maximum of 4+, though, because isn't it the Electro Priests get, if they kill a unit, they get +1 to the invuln save?
Oh no, they end up with like a 3-up invuln save.
They go straight to a 3-up.
Right. So
they go from a 5-up to a 3-up.
Yeah. So this wouldn't improve their invuln, but it would improve.
Well, it would improve their initial one of 5 to a 4.
Yes, that is true. That is true. So it increases their survivability even more so, but it just increases the whole army's survivability, because you go from a 1 in 6 chance of being killed by something to a 1 in 3.
Because does everything have a 6-up?
Yeah, everything. Most things have 6-up invulns. Yeah.
Ooh, that's pretty good then. Jeez, that's crazy good.
There you go, Phil. You're on the same page as us now. You're like,
that's
okay.
the one you pick. Don't need to read the others.
Is that well? You don't need to. Well, anyway. Metallica tribute to the empathic veneration. There you go.
Well done.
Huh?
Well, I said well done because you got it right first time.
Sometimes, I don't know what it is about me and the way my brain works. Sometimes some of the weirdest ones just flow, and then the other times you're reading stuff which should be easy and it's really difficult. But anyway. When resolving an attack against an affected unit by enemy models within 9, subtract 1 from hit rolls. So subtract 1 from hit rolls.
Do you know what these are good for? Is you can don't forget you can put one of these on an Imperial Knight for 1 CP.
Yeah, you can't put them on. Oh no, you can put it on. You can put it on a Knight Castellan, couldn't you?
You could put it on a knight. You can put it on any Imperial Knight.
Yeah, so that's amazing. So again, if you were running the Luminescent Blessing, you could for 1 CP countercall your Castellan, and then increase its invuln to 4 up from 5 up for 1 CP rather than 3.
Yeah.
Because rotate Iron Shields is 3 CPs for a Castellan, isn't it?
Oh, God, yeah.
2 or
2 CP.
Yeah, either way it's cheaper. Which is...
Or giving all an Imperial Knight's guns +1 strength. the Gatling cannon on your Crusader becomes strength 7.
Oh, that's brutal. The endless fury at strength 7.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, that's pretty rough. Graya have the mantra of discipline, which is when firing Overwatch, they fire on 5s and 6s rather than just 6s. It's good. It's really good. Nothing super incredible because obviously it's dependent upon your opponent actually charging you in that situation because it's only going to go off on 1 turn, but it's still good. It's something, isn't it? Jesus. How do I pronounce this one? Agrippinea. Let's go with that. Verse of Vengeance, sorry. When an infantry or cavalry model in an affected unit is destroyed, roll a d6 before removing that model from play. On a 5+, that model can either shoot with one of its range weapons as if it were the shooting phase, or make one attack with one of its melee weapons as if it was the 5 phase. Wow. That's so really, really good.
True, that's great with your flamey horses.
With your flaming pistols.
Your pistols that you can shoot in combat. Yeah.
It's also really good with that sniper horse unit as well, because you can obviously have another load of shots before you drop dead.
Yeah.
So you can keep shooting back at characters. So yeah, you could literally, if you were running them as these guys, and I can't remember what their specific Forge Rule trait is in addition to this, but yeah, you could be running up, shooting at characters, and then dying, and then you have a 1 in 3 chance of shooting them again. Thus increasing the odds that you're going to kill that character. Whee!
Yeah.
And then lastly, Styges. Plea of the Veiled Hunter. Affected units can shoot in a turn in which they fail back, but if a unit does so, when resolving an attack made with ranged weapons, they subtract 1 from their hit rolls. There we go, everybody.
Awful.
The Mechanicus. Did we want to do an honourable mention to some of these small Forge World editions? Obviously, it's sort of in for a penny, in for a pound, aren't we? We can quickly kind of choose one. Joe, you had some opinions about ones which are good. Do you want to quickly smash it out?
Hang on.
So it seems like most forces of Adeptus Mechanicus belong to a Forge World. This is represented by the Forge World keyword as described in the Codex Adeptus Mechanicus. If you've chosen a Forge World that does not have a Forge World dogma, or you have created your own Forge World, the rules presented over the following pages allow you to create your own dogma. If your army is a Battleforged, all units have the same Forge World keyword, or dogma, sorry, so long as every unit in the attachment has the same Forge World, yeah, fine. If your chosen Forge World does not have an associated dogma in Codex Adeptus Mechanicus, you can create one selected in primary abilities below, followed by secondary ability. So it's got a primary ability and a secondary ability. So yeah, and it's broken down into different sections. So Rad Saturated Forge Worlds, Expansionist Forge Worlds, Data Horde Forge Worlds. So by the looks of things, you need to pick a primary and a secondary from these categories. So it's not that you can take a rad saturated primary and an expansionist secondary. Doesn't seem like that's how you're supposed to do it. I think you're supposed to take two from the same place. Sound about right?
Yeah.
Fine. Okay. So we were looking at rad saturated Forge Worlds. The primary is Disciples. Radiant Disciples. When resolving an attack made with ranged weapons against infantry units with this dogma, that unit that are not within 12, subtract 1 from the strength characteristic of that weapon for that attack. So when resolving attacks with a ranged weapon made against infantry units with this dogma. So your infantry are -1 to wound if they're more than 12 inches away.
Which is super good.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. Again, remembering that those flying dudes are infantry.
Yeah. And then the secondary ability on this one is great for the flying dudes as well. Subtract 1 from the strength and toughness characteristics of enemy models whilst its unit is within 3 inches of any models from your army with this ability.
That's really strong.
And the fact that you can shoot your strength 4 flamer pistol, strength 5 stuff in combat.
Well, you're thinking about the cavalry with the strength 5, but yeah, in terms of the guys with the flamers, the sterilizers, they're strength 4, but they may as well be strength 5 in that instance because they're going to be wheeling offers.
Because they can be because you could be an inch away. And just over an inch and still shoot with your flamers, and you're going to charge anyway. So that's some savage horde clearing. Because if you think if you're shooting that at guard, you'll be wounding them on 2s.
Yeah,
so good.
Yeah, that's massively powerful, especially when you're ignoring cover as well.
Yeah. And like I said, Tau drones are not going to like that either.
No. Not much is going to like that, really. They've also got another secondary, which is that when they take morale tests, they only count as having lost half as many models as they actually did. Which is also really strong if you're going to take those big units, because obviously if you kill 4 guys, you only count as losing 2 guys. And that has a massive impact on things, especially if you combo it with the plane that then gives you leadership 9, so you're not even going to take leadership tests at that point because it's pointless. I mean, they'd need to kill 6 to even even 6 wouldn't make you flee. They'd need to kill 7 to make 1 person maybe run away. That's pretty
very good. The other one is the expansionist Forge World. One of their their main ability. At the end of the charge phase, if this unit with the dogma made a charge move, was charged, or performed a heroic intervention, improve the armor penetration characteristic of melee weapons in that unit they're equipped with by 1. So the bird guys instantly at their strength 4 become -2 then in combat.
Yeah.
And then
and they're strength 5 when they charge as well, Joe.
Yeah, so strength 5 -2.
Yeah.
And then one of the secondary abilities is models of this dogma do not suffer the penalty for advancing and firing assault weapons.
Oh, so my goodness.
They can just advance around the board, firing off these flamers with no negatives.
I mean, they were going to be able to do that anyway, though, right? Because they're flamers.
Oh yeah, they auto hit. But the guys with the little submachine guns, and
that's
Assault 5 submachine guns is quite good for them, especially when they're using the exploding 6s stratagem.
Yeah. No, it's incredible.
Yeah.
And then they've got the data. Sorry.
Or if you run a lot of Vanguard with their assault 3 guns.
Oh yeah, God. So running around with those guys, because Vanguards get relatively underrated, but they are actually really strong.
Oh God, yeah.
Because they got so many shots, man. So many shots, and they've got the whole kind of radiation thing where they reduce your toughness by 1.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of play in these extra abilities.
Yeah. And then, just for the sake of it, the data hoarding Forge World's primary was when vehicles with this dogma would lose a wound, roll a d6 on a 6, that wound is not lost. So if you're going vehicle heavy, having the data hoard Forge World primary of Magna Bounded Alloys, Magna Bonded Alloys is very cool. Secondaries for that is add 1 to move characteristic of Cataphront Breachers, Cataphront Destroyers, and Honor Good Dunecrawler models. With this dogma, which is whatever. When resolving an attack made with Cognos ranged weapons by models with this dogma against a unit that is within half range, you can reroll hit rolls. That's massive because that's the Dune Crawlers, not the Dune Crawlers, the Dragoons, that can really put a lot of work in because they've got the Cognos las cannons, right?
Yeah.
So that's pretty massive for them. They've also got the at the start of your turn, if a vehicle model with this dogma has lost a wound, you can regain 1 wound, which is great. And when resolving an attack made with an arc weapon by models with this dogma, an unmodified hit roll of 5 or 6 scores 1 additional hit. Hang on, what? Sorry. When resolving an attack made with an arc weapon, models with this dogma, unmodified hit roll of 5 or 6 scores 1 additional hits. But again, you've got a lot of access to a lot of different types of arc weapon kicking around, so that's pretty reasonable. So let's just summarise what we've learned here today. Joe, how are you feeling about all this?
I feel offended by the lack of stuff that has been given to Drukhari in Psychic Awakening.
I mean, it is becoming abundantly clear as we got towards the end of Psychic Awakening that the Drukhari were definitely more and more let down by the day, weren't they?
Yeah, and a lot of people are like, "Oh, in the defense, like this book was written before the FEQ, and they took all the powers away, blah 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 blah." And I look at it, and I'm like, even if they had the Eldar psychic powers, this is still awful.
Yeah. At least when compared to what they've just given the Mechanicus.
Yeah.
I mean, that is... To me, Mechanicus were a top 5 army in the hands of strong players for a long time.
Yeah.
With these, they're top 3, in my opinion, at this moment in time. I think they've just got so much versatility, they've got so much flexibility, they've got so many options, they've got so much damage, and it's all dirt cheap. That's the craziest thing about these guys in 8th edition. If you're playing 8th edition against Mechanicus, they are numerous and they are absolutely brutal. I can't get over how good all of that is. There's hardly any chaff in that now.
It's almost like, because they're like, oh, we're giving you jump infantry, which are better than Drukhari combat infantry and jump infantry combined. And then they've got better shooting than most of the Drukhari army. And then they've got planes, which are better than all other Eldar planes.
I'd still say the Crimson Hunter Exarch is better.
Oh yeah, I'd probably say he's an exception. I'd probably say.
Yeah.
Because he's the best flyer in the game. But yeah, but he can't shut down an entire army.
No, he can't do what that on a flop to thingy-ma-bib thing can do. I mean, it's just so good, man. It's so good.
Like Admech are one of those weird secret. They're like one of those they're kind of just secretly outlying, kind of existing. No one's really paying them much attention because the models are a little bit wacky. And they're always annoying to build and paint. But I think there's that kind of reward now. Like, you've got to put in the effort to build and paint these annoying models, but once it's done, your army will look cool, and you've got the best rules in the game.
They're certainly up there, mate. I just think there's just so much good stuff there. I can't think of anything that I read there that I was like, oh, what's that all about?
But I think this army is crazy powerful, but I think it's locked behind a certain skill level.
Yeah, of course. I don't think it's a pick up and play army at all.
No, like this army is Iron Hands level good, but it has to be wielded by the right person.
Yeah. No, I'm on board with that statement. Phil, what's your vibe? Would you think of adding some Mechanicus to the rank and file of the Krieg? I mean, obviously, it's within the realm of possibility, surely.
Well, I've always had Mechanicum on my sort of to add list at some point down the line. I don't think I'll be doing it anytime soon, though. They're cool units. I think the look of the models irked me a little bit, at least with some of them when they first came out, and they're kind of growing on me, at least. But that's always the way with those models. I think they're really good, though. They seem solid rules-wise, and like the sort of, as Joe was saying, the growth of them from Psychic Awakening, I think, is really strong.
Oh, yeah. That's super good, man. And it's really great to see, because I think as well, as much as anything, is we needed new armies to step up and start to raise their game, and it's a really beautiful illustration of GW sustained release schedule and just kind of consistent support. I mean, to the best of my recollection, there wasn't a Mechanicus army in Warhammer 40,000 until 2015. Does that sound about right to everyone?
Yeah. It was around about that time. And the support was like, what, the Skitarii, it was like the Rangers for Vanguard and like a Dominus and maybe a Knights. Yeah, but then the Knights were a separate release anyway, actually.
Yeah, the Knights were separate release, but then like Skitarii and Admech were actually two different armies when they were originally released.
Yeah. Madness, but yeah.
But you think about the growth that this army has gone on since those early days. I mean, the first Skitarii book we got was just Skitarii, and as you said, it had the Onager Dune Crawler, it had the Dragoons, it had the Skitarii Ranger, the Skitarii Vanguard, and it had the Tech Priest Dominus. And that was it, right? That was all.
Well, no, the Tech Priest Dominus wasn't part of the army.
Yeah, God, it wasn't, was it? I was just about to correct myself. The Tech Priest Dominus
they didn't actually have a HQ option.
Yeah, that was so weird, wasn't it? They didn't have an HQ early doors. And then they introduced the Mechanicus book, which was the Breachers, the Destroyers, the Tech Priest Dominus came into the mix. Then I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, and they added the Electro Priests and the Infiltrators and the Ruststalkers. Oh no, the Infiltrators and the Ruststalkers were in Skitarii, weren't they?
Yes.
Yes, that's right. So I can't remember what other stuff they added within that one. But the point is that, yeah, but, a few years down the road, I mean, the range for Mechanicus now is absolutely incredible. It's just got so much stuff in it, and it's all really beautiful when you actually see it all together.
Yeah.
So
it's a real sort of hodgepodge of like different styles, which in one hand is a bit jarring, but when you kind of embrace that as like that's their concept, then it becomes quite cool.
Yeah,
and they've got loads of different.
It's a really characterful army as well, like in what it does, but also how it looks and how it feels. Like in comparison to like the current Necrons, which are just bland and a bit meh, and like even in comparison to like the Primaris range, which is still very sterile and is still kind of finding its feet, kind of thing.
It's got like a orc level of humour to it. I think that kind of quirkiness.
Yeah,
it's just a phenomenal range. Phenomenal range, great rules, great looking army. Well done, Games Workshop. You've absolutely nailed it with these guys. I think it's a very exciting army with a lot of great potential, both from a gameplay perspective, a lore perspective, and from a modelling perspective. It hits every point that you want a Warhammer 40,000 army to be, and it's really amazing to see how far it's gone. And I hope the Necrons, and obviously we know the Necrons are now going to receive very similar levels of treatment, but I look forward to seeing how they, do this for other ranges which haven't necessarily still had the right levels of support. I mean, obviously we've seen it with Sisters, we've seen it with Drukhari. They're just doing a really great job right now of bringing these ranges to life and fleshing them out more and more. But from a rules perspective, yeah, if you're at a tournament and you see a Skitarii/Mechanicus army across the way from you, you've probably got a number of reasons to worry, because these guys are no joke.
Yeah.
So there you go.
You've just got to do all you can to keep them at arm's reach, basically.
Yeah, that's the way it goes. All right, guys, well, there you go. That's the end of that segment. We hope you enjoy, and we're going to move on now to whatever it is that comes next. Transitional noise. Woo! Hello, everyone. In a weird and random series of events, we're now going to talk about a price rise that will be at the point of this episode coming out quite a while ago. But this was something that we were planning to put into what would have been episode 51 had 9th edition not been announced. And we still want to talk about it because we think price rises are interesting and important topics that we don't normally get into or have the opportunity to discuss on the show. So we wanted to give our opinions on it, throw out some thoughts and feelings about it, and generally grumble about GW and their pesky prices, because it wouldn't be the internet if we didn't do that, at least. Joining me in this segment, you won't be surprised, is good old Joe.
Hello.
Hello. And also, in addition to Joe, it could only be the fabulous Phil. How's it going, Phil?
I'm still here.
Boosh. Lovely times. How have you gentlemen been getting on in the wondrous world of Warhammer these days?
I haven't done a vast amount of painting, quite sadly.
Well, you're an employed man again, aren't you? You're out of the furlough.
Yeah, I've gone from painting for 8 hours a day to just working now.
It's a terrible hardship. How about you, Phil?
Well, as I was just telling you guys, I've been scrabbling around all day trying to find a single piece that had disappeared off of my desk yesterday. Only to discover it wasn't even in my shed. It was outside the shed on the floor.
There you go.
So I did a lot of cleaning, a lot of frustrating and sort of swear words going, where is this piece?
You do live a full life, Phil.
Oh, yeah, it was joyous. It was joyous completely. Yeah.
Absolutely, man. That is the way to go. So, look, I think one of the interesting things about recording this a little ways after the fact is it's become slightly more difficult to sense check or go back and remember how much things have increased. We looked online, and most of the information about the price increase was communicated in US dollars. And that was only communicating what the new price was going to be in US dollars. So when we look at the website now and we see that a unit of Primaris Intercessors will cost you £35, we can't entirely remember for certain how much they were before, but we suspect they used to be £32.50, for example. Our job here, or not necessarily our job, but our desire is not to necessarily go through in detail everything that's been increased, but just talk about the impact of these increases, the way that Games Workshop announces these things and goes about communicating them, and just the general sentiment towards them and how they usually come about. So essentially, Games Workshop has actually gotten a little better at handling this process, which is to say they now put out, as they do in all instances, a community article to announce the existence of these price rises and to start to get that idea in your head. So based on what I can see here, on the 22nd of May, Games Workshop announced that there was going to be this price rise. The 21st of May, they announced there was going to be this price rise. Bearing in mind at this point, they had not yet announced 9th edition. This is obviously a very interesting strategy. So what was your initial thoughts and feelings, gents, when they said, good news, everybody, we're only going and increasing the prices again?
I groaned very hard. Just like, you know. But it's one of those ones where you can't really complain, because as a lot of people know, it is like it's a luxury good, and interest is the thing that exists.
I mean, that is 100% true, in as much as I think at the end of the day, the price of Warhammer is, and always has been, a bone of contention for a number of people that are breaking into the hobby. Obviously, I always assert that compared to a lot of other hobbies, like golf or any other kind of hobbies, fishing, things like that, it isn't necessarily dramatically more expensive. I think the problem is that I think in some respects, in like hobbies like golf or fishing or airsoft maybe, you can get by with a certain level of equipment and then aspire to bigger, greater things, but you'll immediately feel the benefits. I always find with the price hikes in GW stuff, it's always like I'm paying more for the same stuff, but I also, find myself in situations where, because the game is constantly shifting and changing, I find myself needing different things at different times. So everything kind of moves around and shifts and changes more, doesn't it? Which I suppose that's the fun.
That's because you're making the mistake of chasing the meta. Whereas if you just collected what you really wanted, then because it looked cool or you like the lore or whatever, then it would probably be less of an issue. But yeah, it depends. I would actually say a lot of those sort of more luxury item sort of hobbies are probably more expensive because the buy-in for it is straight away. Like, let's say you want to like have a motorbike and that's your thing. You want to go driving with it. You want to get all the gear, like the helmet, the leather. It's like that's hundreds, if not thousands of pounds, like off the bat. And it's like the buy-in for GW can be expensive if you're going to go, okay, I need all the glue, the clippers, the knives, and then you go, okay, I want to buy like a 2,000 point army off the bat. Then yeah, that is super expensive. But at the same time, you can also buy not even Dark Imperium, but those like mini box sets that they created alongside Dark Imperium, which was like a much smaller force for like 30 to 50 quid. And actually, they were like some of the best value for money stuff that Games Workshop have ever done. And I imagine we're seeing that again in the new 9th edition as well. And then actually, yeah, you can just slowly build those up and paint it, and you can take your time. And it's the into it is quite small.
I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? I suppose in some respects, looking at it through those kind of examples, for certain, it's not a particularly bad thing. I suppose what's interesting, and this was more the point I was really hoping to get into the meat of. Obviously, GW announced a price rise, knowing that 9th edition was going to come around the corner for 40k specifically. Now, obviously, the price rise has also come into effect for Age of Sigmar, and some of the specialist games items, Necromunda stuff, and Lord of the Rings, or Middle Earth, I suppose, as it's called these days. But I think what's interesting about all this sort of stuff is, and I may have used this analogy or put this out there before, what I find really intriguing about this stuff is the way that GW does now announce price rises, because my assumption is GW do this as a way of driving sales more than anything, right? Because I mean, what a great way to get people to panic buy or to bulk purchase stuff than saying, give it 2 weeks and this is going to be 3, 4, 5 quid a box more expensive than what you're paying currently. So, I mean, what's your thoughts on that sort of practice and how that kind of works? Do you prefer the fact that they tell you, or do you think it's a little bit of a tactic to massage the numbers and to increase their sales in an otherwise unbusy period?
I think I'm happy they tell me. But there's nothing worse than, like, say, for instance, you went into Games Workshop 2 weeks ago knowing that you're going to get paid now. And then you go, okay, my plan is to get these things. Then you go in there now and everything's gone up by a fiver. You're probably going to be quite peeved, I imagine. Whereas if you're like, okay, it's going up, I'm not going to have the money before, so I just need to kind of account for that. And then kind of just deal with it when it comes along. Because, yeah, it's a weird one. Yeah, basically. But then I buy most of my stuff from third-party companies, not as like a sticking the fingers up to GW kind of thing.
Well, you're not sticking your fingers up at GW if you buy from third parties, because GW support third parties. Yeah,
these third parties buy it off of them.
Yeah.
It's just a case of it's just more affordable for me. So, like, the third party companies will go up as well in price, but not by as much.
Well, I mean, percentage wise, they should increase exactly the same amount.
Exactly the same, but obviously, like pennies for pennies, as it were. It's not the exact same kind of thing.
Of course.
So, yeah.
How's your feelings on this, Phil? I mean, as a hardcore Forge World consumer, does the very notion of expensive small toy soldiers even resonate with you anymore?
I mean, I think I'm in a very different position now from when I got into the hobby, because I'm buying less Forge World, for example, because my Kree collection, not to say that it is complete, but I've got pretty much everything I need for the foreseeable future, sort of still to build. And actually, I've been buying more kind of Games Workshop stuff lately, obviously because of my Minotaurs, but obviously like other projects as well that I've been getting into. So I've sort of been enjoying the joys of plastic. I think, you know, the fact that they can announce it is good, so you do have notice, but it doesn't mean that it's, you know, they are also doing it as a sales tactic as well, I'm sure, because it, as you said, it will drive sales. People will do it. It's like, at least they're sort of telling you and giving you notice about it, like... What they did when they discontinued a bunch of stuff of Forge World was just to stick it up there and be like, oh yeah, it's happened now, just go check it out. And everyone was like panic buying stuff. So it's like the Elysian army went actually into like sort of not quite out of stock because they promised to fulfill orders, but they basically had to produce more than they actually had because there were so many orders for it, because the demand suddenly came out of nowhere.
Yeah, they did the whole last chance to buy, didn't they?
Yeah. So that like, kind of panic buying of that sort of stuff does happen, and you can understand that you might do it for a price hike. I mean, I remember I was looking through the list to go, oh, is there anything I'm really gonna desperately want so much I'm gonna buy it now, even though I don't need it now? And basically the answer was no, because and I'd quite happily go, okay, if I do want to buy this in a year's time and it costs me up to a $5 or more expensive, is like, that's fine, because you know I might not buy it in a year's time, so why take the risk of just buying it now for the sake of it to be slightly cheaper? And as Joe said, it's like always easier to buy from sort of independents where it is a bit cheaper, because then your money goes a bit further, which is what I do now as well. So I have to say, I was looking through the list, and initially it was like everything at the top of the list was like £70 items, like big ticket items that you're only going to buy once, like Ariel, for example, in AOS, or Nagash. And you're like, okay, that's cool. I can see that going up like from 70 quid to 75 or whatever. It's a one-time purchase. I can justify why they've made that price increase, because only, you know, one person's only going to buy that item once. You're never going to own two of them. And then as you sort of scroll down, you're like, okay, there's some really old stuff like Land Raiders and Rhinos and Wave Serpents and stuff. It's like, okay, I can sort of see that these kits probably don't sell as well, because especially like old Marine stuff, most people now buy Primaris, I'd assume, predominantly. So I can see why these kits aren't as popular, so they've got to sort of justify their existence on the shelf in the warehouse. And it's like, okay, I get that. And then eventually you get to the troop choices as you go down, and it's like, you know, the Cadian shock troops, or the stuff that is like 20 quid that probably goes up to 22 or 25 quid maybe. And you're like, oh, actually, no, these are bare essentials that people will be buying for the army. That's a bit annoying, even if they're kind of old kits. You're like, it's a bit... I think one of them in particular was the Necron Warriors, which is, I guess, going to be made redundant now anyway.
Well, that is as well, though, right? So they were shifting or trying to get you to buy a truckload of Necron Warriors before getting rid of them, right? And that was going to be one of the other interesting points, right? Because, again, if you look at this as a timeline, hello, community, our prices are going up next week. So make your purchasing decisions now based on the world as you know it. And then a week later, oh, by the way, here's 9th edition, and everything's changed, and the stuff that you've just bought to make the perfect 8th edition army may most likely be relatively redundant, or not something that you're going to be interested in 4-5 weeks' time. And that's,
well, that's true. If you were making those purchase decisions on, I've got to get a battalion to get all my CP, so I'm going to buy some extra troops to fill that out, and then all of a sudden you're told, actually, you don't need to buy those troops for a battalion. because you don't need it to generate CP. You'd be like, oh damn. And if they really did have Necron Warriors in there, and people bought a bunch of Necron Warriors, I'd feel a bit bad for them.
You've got to think, unless they're buying the starter box set for the new one, like those, like because they're going to have to release new Necron Warrior models. That box is probably going to be way more expensive than what they are now.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
And the design isn't actually that much different. So.
Yeah, I mean, it depends obviously as well what they've done to the scale of the Necron Warrior. That's something that's not been completely and utterly seen. But yeah, you are right, obviously. It's not like you can't still use that stuff. It's still just a bit of a... Again, obviously, I look at this from a perspective of, relative kind of gamer privilege with this sort of stuff where you're a bit like, darn you sort of thing. But I think it's interesting because ultimately... you might have gone out and gone, I really need to get those scout squads actually because I keep meaning to pick them up for my... for my 8th edition tournament list or my, for my build, and I need those scouts. And then, like we've already alluded to or stated, because of the 9th edition changes, I don't necessarily need those scouts anymore. And it is a weird one. But I suppose, obviously, as well, the good thing about GW in the general sense is, and something I would always say to people as well to kind of caveat this stuff is, as long as you keep your receipts or as long as everything's sealed in a box and you've got a good relationship with the store managers, or even if you don't, it's just their policy, right? If you've got sealed product, you can just exchange it.
Yeah, because I did that, I think, at the beginning of the year. I was like, I really want some... I can't remember what I wanted to buy. I think it was some Marines. Oh, no, it was actually Abaddon I wanted to buy, because he's going to be my new Asterian Moloch conversion. And I was like, I don't really want to pay like 30-odd quid for him. And I had to look around, and I've got a bunch of sealed stuff. One of them was like Skaven for Blood Bowl, and then a bunch of other like random stuff. I kind of emailed my local Games Workshop store to be like, I'd like to return this stuff. Can I do it? It's all sealed. I don't have the receipts for it though, because I bought it years ago. I got it for Christmas or whenever. And he was like, oh yeah, I don't think we can do that. Sorry. I was like, oh, okay. So then I sort of phoned up customer service for Games Workshop and say, I'd like to return this stuff. Because I think the guy said, you might be able to do a general return, contact them. So I did. And they were like, no, it's store policy. As long as it's sealed or you've got receipts, you can return it. And he was like, I'll contact your local Games Workshop store just to let them know, just to remind them about that policy. And then eventually, I sort of messaged them again. And they were like, yeah, that's cool. I went down, got a trade basically for something else, because you obviously don't get cash. It's got to be like sort of you got to purchase something else, which is totally fine because it's just a like for like trade basically. And then a week later, that stuff that I gave them was like on like a little special shelf of nostalgia that they don't normally would sell, but they sort of have to really. So yeah, it's totally doable as a thing, and that's why I always think if you buy something, as much as you want to open it, like don't open it unless you're going to work on it straight away, because that is basically like money in a bank, just ticking away that you can trade if you ever go, actually I'm not going to do that army or that project anymore. So that's a good sort of method really for sort of making your money go a bit further.
I suppose you could also have tried to game the system where you found out which item had the biggest price hike, and you could have bought loads of those and just been like, cool. And then gone back in and gone, here's my 20, item. Can I buy other stuff now? That would have been almost like the equivalent of their for every £50 you spend, we'll give you a £5 offer that they did a while ago.
Like playing the stock market, but with actual stock.
Yeah, exactly. And with complete awareness of what's about to happen. It's not playing the stock market. It's just absolutely exploiting it in some respects. But I imagine if you turned up again, that's a funny thing, isn't it, with Games Workshop store managers? Not that I want to kind of tarnish them with any kind of negative brush overall, but I have had that experience with GW managers where as Phil was sort of saying there, they do sometimes like to kind of try and not acknowledge certain store policies to benefit their store, which is totally understandable because they're trying to hit targets, they're trying to achieve sales results. But then, I don't know, every time I've ever gone in with boxes of stuff to trade, i.e. not trade, but to exchange, I've always ended up having to spend more money on top to get what I actually want out of it. It's always that sort of thing. So it never necessarily works out as a net loss to them, but I don't know. It's always an interesting process. But yeah, so if you have bought 5 boxes of Scouts or whatever you got to do the thing, obviously, as long as you're not opened them, I guess you're going to be okay, because you can turn around and be like, these things are worth 20 quid each now. Way! And on the topic of the actual prices themselves, obviously historically we would look at the tactical squad as the kind of de facto, quintessential Games Workshop unit, because prior to Primaris Marines, tactical squads were obviously the most purchased box set in all of, or most purchased box in all of, Games Workshop. But now it's probably reasonable to assert that that's going to be the Primaris Intercessors. So a box of 10 Primaris Intercessors is now costing you the tasty sum of £35. Is that now too much, or does that feel completely appropriate in the world today?
Ooh, I don't know, because what you get in that box is essentially exactly like what you currently get in Dark Imperium.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, Dark Imperium is potentially going away, and we're getting a new one. So, at the moment, I think it's probably too expensive, because you can get the models at a cheaper rate in Dark Imperium. But once that's gone, I think it's still probably about, I think 30 quid is probably the right price point for those. I think 30 quid is a good price point for any kind of troops choice. Not a good point as in they should all be that point, preferably much lower. But 30 quid is probably the maximum I'd spend, because you're going to have to buy it like 3 times. So that's 90 quid for 3.
Well, you don't need to. The minimum is to buy it twice, because you only need 15, like 3 squads of 5. But yeah, weirdly, I actually think the easy build ones are better. Like the poses of the easy build ones, so much nicer.
And the pouches, the molded in pouches are a lot nicer as well.
Yeah, they actually fit on properly, whereas the other ones don't. The only reason you need really to get the kind of the proper box is because you want stalkers or you want auto bolt rifles. Because if you just want the standard ones, I would try and get the Dark Imperium ones. And there's lots of like sort of sellers on eBay where they do splits and stuff of big boxes. Well, so I guess that's still an option for the time being if you need to get those ones.
Fun fact, Phil. 5 of the intercessors in Dark Imperium have got auto bolt rifles, and 5 have got normal ones.
Is that true?
No.
That is true.
What, in Dark Imperium? No, it isn't.
Yeah, you're absolutely wrong.
I'm absolutely correct. Check it.
None of them have the auto bolt rifle.
Yeah, they do.
Well, at most maybe the
5. It's a 5.
option.
It's a 5-5 split. I will give you the time to go and look now.
I mean, all right, we're just going to go look at this. Hang on, everyone.
You're completely wrong, Joe.
2 hours later.
Okay, everyone, so just to clarify, Joe's assertion is based on whether or not there's a scope on the gun or not.
It is entirely what that is, because as Phil once pointed out to me, he was like, I noticed that those guys have the wrong scopes on them. They don't have the right guns.
But they do have the right scopes on them when it relates to a bolt rifle. Just some of the easy build models don't have scopes, but they have the bolt rifle magazine. The auto bolt rifle has like a drum magazine.
Not all of them.
All of them do.
Got curved magazines.
All auto bolt rifles have a particular magazine. It's the magazine that differentiates it, not whether it's got a scope or not.
Well, I won't swear for the listeners, but that is bull plop, and you know it.
Well, here's the thing, right?
You're right in terms of on the regular intercessor kits, all the bolt rifles have scopes, and all the stalker bolts also have scopes.
Well,
they're a different style.
Even that, Phil, is technically incorrect, because in the regular intercessor squad, there's the reloading character, that is reloading his bolt rifle, and he is reloading a regular bolt rifle, but he doesn't have a scope.
I think because there's no room for it on him.
Irrespective, he doesn't have a scope.
Yeah. But yeah, the easy build ones are a mixture of scoped and non-scoped, but it's the clip that defines, or the mag, whatever you want to call it, is what defines what type of gun it is.
Yeah. And
the auto bolt rifle has a particular rounded chamber plus the big blocky mag below.
Yeah, it's like a drum mag. I swear.
And none of them are in Dark Imperium. But there's
one in Dark Imperium, wielded by the Lieutenant.
Yeah, because the Lieutenant can take all the options.
Wow. Yes.
Well, he can't.
Yeah, because funnily enough, a Lieutenant can't. Well, no, they can now take regular bolt rifles, but only because GW did one limited edition Lieutenant with a bolt rifle, didn't they?
Yeah.
But yeah, typically speaking, bizarrely for the lieutenants within the Space Marine ranks, they can either have a Stalker bolt rifle or an auto bolter rifle, but they can't have a bolt rifle.
Yeah. Because which is the curved one is the
bolt rifle,
the regular one, right?
Yeah, bolt rifle,
yeah.
and the Stalker's square,
yeah,
or rectangle, or cuboid. And the auto's a drum. Anyway, we've gone off on tangent here. Look, I think, let's talk just briefly and try and wrap up this price chat conversation. Obviously, myself, Phil, and Joe are all diehard hobbyists who've been in this for years and have accepted the madness that is this stuff costs us an amount of money, but we gain so much enjoyment out of it that we don't really mind paying it. So, it's difficult for us to entirely objectively look at the impact of this, but do you think now that Ninth is coming around the corner, do you think that this price increase is going to be negatively received by parents? I mean, again, we don't know yet what the...
Well, as GW have currently stated, that everything is having a points increase. So you are actually going to have less models on the table. So you're paying the same as you do now, but you have less models. And then, it's not a massive bad thing. I just think what you need to do if you're getting into the hobby or you're starting a new army, don't just go and buy all the models that you can, play with it, and then be like, oh, I need to change, I need to spend some more money. I think it's a case of you need to go in with a list already written, and then you buy that list once you've play test it with a couple of times to make sure that you're actually happy with it, and then go out and get it. And then if you need to add 1 or 2 extra units, not be like, I bought all this stuff, but it's all useless, so I now have to buy another 1,000 points worth of models.
I mean, it's very interesting to me, the notion of people getting into this hobby and approaching it from a aggressive list building perspective, right? Because I think the most people, right? I mean, let's all talk through our own experiences, right? None of us got into this hobby going, oh, I desperately need to have the most competitive army list. We just bought the stuff we liked and bought more stuff we liked. And then over the years, when we got exposed to more of the competitive edge, or I got annoyed because I was losing to someone more often, and vice versa, I started adding things to my army specifically to beat my friends, I guess. And I think that still is the journey for a lot of people, but I guess we look at it through the perspective of our kind of, middle-aged eyes.
The other way of doing it is just looking at an army because you like that army, but you want to do it as cheaply as possible. Just go or you want to start an army, you don't know what army you want to do, but you want to do it cheap. The other one is just look at which ones have the cheapest start collecting box, or the most efficient start collecting box, for instance. Because the Space Wolves Primaris start collecting box is brilliant.
Oh yeah, I've been looking at that recently, just to get aggressors.
Yeah.
It's quite a cheap way of getting them.
The Tau one is really good as well.
Yeah, the Tau one was really good, and they had the benefit of that incredible Apocalypse box as well a year ago, didn't they?
Oh
Not
god,
that that's obviously around anymore, but
the Craft World Eldar one is as well. I actually think is a really good value for money.
for money, yeah, it's never going to be an army that you're going to take in 8th edition, or it's never going to be an army that you're going to consider in 8th edition, but it very realistically could be in 9th edition, because we don't know what's going to happen to Wraiths, as it were.
Yeah, and but even like I actually think the Drakari one's really good value for money, because you get exactly what you need to start a witch cult, because you get 10 witches, 3 Reaver jet bikes, a Venom, and a Succubus. If you buy that 3 times, you're kind of like onto a winner, really.
Yeah, definitely from a Drakari perspective, that's pretty much everything. Everything that you want, isn't it? I mean, again, depending on what edition you're talking about, and so on and so forth. But yeah, no, I think that's a pretty fair assessment.
Yeah, I think start collecting boxes are out there, and I don't think people should, like, if you're trying to get out and money is your big worry, like, just look at eBay or buy like a second-hand army off of like a Facebook trading site, and then kind of do it up yourself. But like, it depends on where you are financially at the end of the day, and how you feel about it. Because I know a lot of people that will just buy a second-hand army and play with it and then do it up to a basic standard. And that's really, really good for them, because they just want to play the game. Whereas I'm like, so people like me and Phil, who are like hardcore hobbyists, like probably won't get second-hand stuff. We'll buy it new because we have to build it ourselves and pose it ourselves, kind of thing. So I think it's all about, so people like us, it would be a case of like we build our armies a lot slower, kind of thing as well.
I think one of the army lists that you should definitely stay away from at the moment, though, and in terms of trying to keep it cheap, is the Sisters of Battle. Good Lord, God. That is an expensive army.
That is a crazy expensive army. The cheapest army, though, if anyone is wondering what it is, probably Custodes. Custodes, you just buy 3 of their standard boxes, 2 boxes of bikes, 2 boxes of Terminators, and you're done. That's like 2,000.
Until you go down the Forge World rabbit hole.
But you don't need to go if you're just starting off.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Right.
Well, this is the thing. Like now, with the whole smaller game sizes and Crusade, it's like you can play. They're encouraging you to play games at 500 points, which is fantastic, because that's like 2-3 units. So that is pretty much, I guess, your start collecting box, and like you can just play that forever if you really want, or play it for at least a few months, get a feel of the army and the play style, and when you're sort of happy that that's the army you definitely want to do, then you can branch out and buy more stuff.
By the way, with the changes to the CPs, I am going to call it here. I think the Custodes Terminator ability, where you can make the unit into any number of characters, is phenomenal, and potentially could be very strong in 9th edition. So the idea of you could literally just be like, here's a 10-man unit of Terminators, and now they're all 1-man character squads. Yay! I don't think you could take them in 10-man though, can you? Do they max out like 6 or 9 or something?
No, I think it's 9.
Even then, though, just go ahead. There they are, 10 characters. Have fun with those. Yeah, that could be all sorts of hilarious, especially if you comboed it with, because that could actually, in like certain objective-based scenarios, actually be really hilarious, because you could combo it with a guard army, right? You could take like a Vanguard detachment, assuming those still exist, of Custodian Terminators, and then mix it up with some Imperial Guard just to be like bodies and run forwards, or maybe some other kind of armies, Space Marines, Sisters of Battle, whatever it is you're looking at to get in people's faces. Maybe even Imperial Knights, right? Just to run them across the board. And then while they're trying to fight their way through, getting all these Imperial Knights up their face, you've got like all these characters in the mid-table and the back table holding objectives going, you can't shoot me! Which would be...
Well, that's true. Do they become characters? Or do they just
they
become one
characters,
unit?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Or do they become characters, or do they just become a one-man unit?
1-man units, but it's
they are
it's still got
1-man unit.
It's got 4 wounds, 2 up save, 4 up invuln.
Yeah, is it a 3 up invuln? No, it's a 4 up invuln, isn't it?
4 up. Yeah, it starts at 5 and then becomes.
That's
4.
right. Yeah. It's just funny. It's one of those ones where you're like, that could be a laugh, because you could just have like, if you had like 9 of them, I suppose you could have like 3 of them within range of 3 different objectives, and then just it's like, you have to overkill every one of them to get rid of them, which is always hilarious. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, there's a mad idea. But then at the moment, that unit is actually already very, very expensive, and I'm sure it's going to get more expensive very quickly. But we'll see. We don't know. They've definitely done...
No, go on, Kerry.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say, they've definitely done a bit of a job at trying to put over the Custodes during the promotion of 9th edition. So it would be hilarious for everything they've said of, look, Custodes, woo, they're loads better. And then they turned around and went, but they're 50 points a model. And you're like, oh. That's...
great.
Yeah. But we'll see, right? We'll see. But there you go anyway, guys. Look, I think from our side of things, as we've kind of already illustrated, we're in it for the long haul. I think ultimately it is what it is. I don't necessarily feel negatively towards this whole situation, but I definitely think it's something to be mindful of, and obviously something to always be aware of when you're in a hobby like this, that things do and can change, both from a rules and a price perspective. So always be mindful of that when you're making purchases. None of this stuff, unfortunately, at least if you're trying to live in the bleeding edge of competitive gaming, is forever, right? So yeah,
don't forget like national minimum wages and all that kind of went up recently as well.
Oh, really?
A lot of stuff to pay, yeah.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Well, that's the thing as well. I mean, by the sounds of things, we're also the world is a bit topsy turvy at the moment. I'm sure Games Workshop need the extra income, right?
Yeah. Well, they are now bigger than British Gas. So.
You said that last episode.
As you said.
Did I?
Yeah, you told us that last episode.
I'm just reiterating it.
That's fine. That's fine.
Can I give my one gripe about those price increases?
Yes, I wanted someone to have a gripe, Phil. Thank you.
So because I was like I said before, I was having a look through the lists of everything, and most stuff you're like, I can justify it. And then the one thing that I saw that really annoyed me is scenery was there. So all the like Manufactorum, the Imperial, Sector Imperialis stuff, that's all gone up. And out of everything, that's the one thing that, for starters, is expensive already. It's probably too expensive to start off with. But it's the thing that if you're going to buy, you're kind of going to want to buy a lot of. If you want like a proper gaming table full of terrain, and even in 9th edition, they've said it's a big thing. So if you're going to buy it, it's like you've got to buy not just one kit, you've got to buy 5 or 6 at least for a table.
And the thing is, you have to buy 2 of the kits to make one decent building as well.
Like for a decent size, or if you want to kit bash stuff, you've got to get some of the Mechanicum stuff and then the Imperialis stuff and like mix and match it. So that was really disappointing because I think that's quite expensive as it is.
Oh, it really is.
Although the best way of buying the scenery was always through the kill zones. They always offered good value for money for stuff, but they don't sell them anymore, unfortunately.
No. I mean, if only there was other, third-party scenery terrain companies out there that had a corporate shill on a podcast like this that could promote them in moments like this. Hey, Joe?
If only. I hope those heroes are out there.
Are you seriously not going to put over Foreground in this moment?
Oh, yeah, Foreground. Yeah, I work for them. Yeah.
I can tell it's going to work out great with you and them, Joe. This is fabulous. There you go.
They've got a great scenery set coming out soon.
Well, you can't spoil it, Joe. It hasn't been announced, has it?
Some places.
Oh, fair enough. Well,
there you go. It's going to be well exciting.
So yeah, there you go. For all your
Look
scenery
to the
needs.
future with your third eye.
I have to admit that because I have bought a lot of GW scenery over the years, as the unfortunate one who seemingly has the gaming table and gaming space, and it is one of those things that I love it, but yeah, to do it effectively, like one of the things I've had with scenery is in order to do cool stuff, there's a lot of wasted momentum, or not wasted momentum, but just wasted stuff. Like, you get all this stuff within the scenery sets, and then you're sort of breaking it down into, well, I need this little piece for this, and then this becomes that, and it is quite a expensive aspect of the hobby, making gaming tables. Because your average ruin that you're gonna be sat on in a game of 40k costs you what, like 50 quid?
Oh, easily.
And I mean, yeah, fair enough. You can get a small ruin for like 50 quid or 35 quid. But yeah, substantial, like the Sector Imperialis Sanctum is now £45. You need what, 4 of them for a board?
Oh, easily. So they released that, the Sector Imperialis, which has the 4 buildings in it, and I used 6 of those.
Yeah.
To make one 6x4 table.
Wow.
And it wasn't. And it's not even that. It wasn't even that full.
Yeah.
Which was the scary thing. Like I had 1, 2, 3, 4. I had 6 very big buildings. But I'd made them purposefully square to actually fill space, because otherwise you end up with lots of very thin L-shaped buildings that either don't block line of sight efficiently, or they're just constantly falling over.
Yeah, I mean the thing now might be is you might not need as much terrain because the terrain rules are going to work differently. So you don't need to make a line of sight blocking terrain. You just give it the obscured keyword. So that would be interesting.
I speculate the exact opposite, mate. I think a big reason why they're integrating new terrain rules into things is they've seen that they're missing a trick by allowing people to play on sparsely populated boards and whatever. They're like, come on now, buy more of our terrain. We'll integrate it into the rules so as we can sell more of it, you know?
Well, that, on one hand, it's like the custom faction terrain that they do for Age of Sigmar. They doesn't cost anything in terms of points, and the reason why I think is because they know, well, everyone's going to buy one because why wouldn't you take it? So that's a kind of like a cool little marketing strategy they've got for that.
Yeah, totally. But that's the thing, man. I mean, again, I like a lot of the Sector Imperialis stuff. I mean, I was just looking on their website, and if you want to buy the Sector Imperialis City Warzone collection, which even in the photograph they've used on the internet to promote it is relatively sparsely populated, although there is definitely scenery everywhere. It's nearly £500. It's £477.50 to get a 6x4 board away. That, to be honest with you, you probably need just even a little bit more scenery to completely flesh out, because you're going to want some crates and some other bits and pieces just to have some scatter terrain around to kind of bring it to life. Plus, take it from someone like me who actually owns the City Warzone or the Sector Imperialis board. It's one of the most awkward things to use to make an actually quite nice looking board, because none of the terrain fits anywhere.
The problem is that board was designed with the old Cities of Death kits in mind.
Yeah, but it doesn't even work with those, mate. I tried it with Cities of Death. It doesn't work then either.
It's because the whole board is massively uneven, and it's all knobbly bobbly, and everything constantly falls over, and you can't roll dice on it.
Yeah. I mean, you would have thought the spacing of the columns and stuff should be able to slot in the same way they've done it with the Zone Mortalis and their walls and columns. It should have ideally all fitted together, but I guess, like I said, it was done beforehand, and then that kind of threw off all the sizing, so it would have made the Sector Imperialis terrain janky to have made it to those sort of specifications.
You're probably better off. It's probably cheaper to just buy a whole 6x4 tables worth of the Zone Mortalis tiles.
I don't know, mate, because I think a 1x1 of those or a 2x2 of those is 40 quid. Because each panel is a 1x1 panel, isn't it? And you get 4 in a box here, so it's 10 quid a panel. So
that's quite. Yeah, I suppose that's quite expensive.
I mean, admittedly though, it's probably cheaper than the other one. But I mean, it's one of the things. Plus, also as well, they're awkward because unless you're gonna nail them down to a board, they're gonna move around everywhere. If you've got a board made up of, 60 small panels, it's like whoosh. Good luck playing on that without everything shifting all over the place.
Well, it'd be fine if you've got all the stuff on top that are interlinking, so the walls bridge 2 tiles to sort of lock them all together. So, yeah.
You have also, by the way, by bringing this up in conversation, brought out the desire for me to continue to actually buy Dark Uprising and get loads of Zone Mortalis terrain.
Yeah, I know. It was one of my lockdown projects. I was eyeing up because they did Dark Uprising, which you can still get, but then they did briefly afterwards, like just the terrain from Dark Uprising that was cheaper because you didn't have the gangs and the rulebook in it and stuff. And I was like, I really want it, and I really want to. And I found one place that was still selling it, and I sort of sat on the idea for a few weeks or a few days, constantly clicking back and seeing the stock go down, and eventually it sold out, and I was like, oh, damn it. But I mean, I just don't really have the space for it or the time or inclination to have done it, but I'd have loved it if I had the chance as like a project. That would probably be like my dream terrain board. Would be like a 4x4 Zone Mortalis.
Yeah, so the Zone Mortalis column and walls is now 50 quid for what looks like 6 columns, a handful of walls, and a couple doors, or rather a couple big doors and a couple small doors. It's like, oh, that's a dangerous place to enter into. But it is. Yeah. It's definitely on the. I don't know. It was because equally like you, Phil, it was a lockdown project for me. But then I realised I couldn't buy them when GW was closed. So now I'm looking at them going, ooh.
Well, maybe you should. It'd be good because you can even add it as like a sort of. You don't need a whole 4x4. You could just do a 1x1, and that's like sort of indoor section of your board or something. So you could sort of make it work on a smaller size.
Is Dark Uprising that much more valuable though than just buying?
Well, this is the thing. If you want to play Necromunda, I'd say yeah, get that. But the other sort of the cheap way of getting into 40k or anything is to buy the box set and then split or sell what you don't want. And it's a bit of a faff because you've got to like go on eBay and sell all the extra bits. But you actually end up sort of saving yourself more money that way. So if you were to buy Dark Uprising and then you get to sell each gang, let's say for 15 quid each, that's 30 quid you've just saved. And it's obviously it's not that because, 10% of that will go to like your eBay fees and PayPal or what have you. But it does save you more money, but it's just more hassle to sort of sell all those extra bits. But with Dark Uprising, you get quite a lot that you could probably sell off because you've got 2 gangs, you've got a rule book. I imagine there's a bunch of cards and stuff that you could probably give it off as well.
Templates and dice. I've just bought it, so done.
I've just done it.
I've just done it. I was like, whatever. 165 quid, done. It's like...
Mr. Moneybags in the house.
Hey, no, not like that, man. But I look forward to it.
Have you bought all the tiles to go with it?
No.
Oh, you've got to get the tiles. That's
have I got to get the... Oh, I'll do that in a bit.
Yeah. A full 4x4 at least. That's what we want.
You want 4x4?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I'll get
if you really loved me, you would.
Well, fair enough. For you, Joe, I'll get it done. I only buy these things so as I can give you guys a reason to come round. Not that you can come round, unless, of course, we set up a game in the garden, I guess, and then sort of play from a distance.
Yeah.
But there you go. Anyway, look, there you go. We talked about price, and then we went on to talking about me buying a Necromunda board. Great. Should anyone be interested in buying some Enforcers or some Gribbly dudes with chainswords, let me know. Let's move on now to whatever it is that comes next.
Look out, sir. King of the Character Tournament.
Welcome back, everyone, to this, the last of the second round matchups for the Kotick, the King of the Character Tournament. As 8th edition starts to wave goodbye to us all, the rules of engagement get to remain the same. In fact, quite bizarrely, I think we might end up in a situation where this will conclude around the time that 9th comes out. Thus, neatly wrapping up all of this in a tidy little bow. Wouldn't you say so, Joe?
I hope so. And Calgar will lay dead on top of a heap of bodies.
Potentially so.
Like
But before we get to talking about the competitors in this later stage of the Kotick, let us take a moment now to remind you all of the rules.
The rules. The Kotek tournament is a single elimination ladder tournament. Both characters start the engagement 24 inches away. Both characters must move their full distance towards the enemy. There is no advancing, no stratagems, and for the purposes of this tournament, the characters are assumed to be in battle-forged armies. There is no falling back. May the best character win.
So now with the rules out of the way, it's time to introduce Joe and his combatant for this segment of the Kotick. If you don't already know, it's none other than Gazcol, however you pronounce that bit in the middle, Fracker. Is it Maduk or something?
Archibald.
Archibald Gazgold. Archibald Fracker.
Yeah.
Came off the back of a pretty impressive win against Farsight a couple episodes ago, didn't he?
It was hard fought.
Farsight came close one round though. Do you remember?
Yeah, he could have done it in a round, which is a shame that he didn't. I kind of felt like he needed that one good round to redeem himself.
Yeah, and Farsight doesn't like orcs at all, does he?
No.
And I mean, also as well, someone who's also not too keen on orcs is obviously Phil, who's also here. How's it going, Phil?
I'm good. I'm but there's no. God, what's his name? There's no Commissar Yarrick for Gazgol to go up against.
Yeah.
Maybe one day. Maybe one day when the new Codex comes around in 9th edition, Yarrick will be the man he was meant to be.
Potentially, man. I imagine Guard are going to be quite early doors within 9th edition, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, potentially. If it's just with the bonuses of things like tanks getting better, then maybe. But then it all depends on sort of points adjustments and stuff.
You'd hope that they get all the cool kind of, like, what's the new phase called? The command phase. You'd hope that they'd get all the cool stuff for that.
They really should.
Yeah.
They're all about handing out orders and stuff like that.
Yeah, that would actually be really sensible if the Guard got quite some early love on that side of things. So that'd be cool to see if that occurs. But anyway, no more of this 9th edition speculation. Let's remind everybody about the many things that old Gazcol Fracker brings to the table. So Joe, please take a moment to tell us about his stat lines, skills and or abilities. Briefly, because most people already know this who listened to the last episode, but you know.
Okay, movement 7, weather skill 2, ballistic skill 5, strength variable, that's 765, toughness 7, 12 wounds, attacks variable, but goes opposite from down, it goes up 5, 6, 7. And then his leadership 8, 2 up save, 4 up invulnerable save.
Sure, sounds about right.
And he can only lose 4 wounds in each phase.
Blimey.
I'm pretty sure he gets an extra attack from himself, and he gets exploding 6s.
He does, yeah. In fighting, he gets exploding 6s.
And he gets to reroll 1s for hitting.
He does, yes. Does he get to reroll 1s, or does he get to reroll all the things?
So it says reroll hit rolls of 1 for attacks made with melee weapons by friendly Goth Orc units.
Amazing. And what are his melee weapons?
He's got more Gork's Claw, which is ×2 strength, -4, flat 4 damage.
Crikey. It's pretty tidy, isn't it?
He's got a gun, which is Assault 12, strength 5, -1, 1 damage.
And of course he has Daka, so every time he rolls a 6 he gets an extra shot, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's all explodey.
Oof. It's a scary boy.
Yeah.
I mean, let me just quickly remind everyone about Marnius Calgar's vital statistics, and then we will we'll start to speculate on the outcome. So Marnius Calgar has a movement of 6, which is quite healthy given the fact that he's in Gravis armor. A weapon skill and ballistic skill of 2, a strength of 4, a toughness of 5. He has 8 wounds, 6 attacks, a leadership of 9, and a 2+ save, and a 4+ invulnerable save. Marneus Calgar always halves the amount of damage that he takes from any attack. So if, for example, Joe's Gazcol Archibald Fracker was to do 4 damage, he would in fact do only 2. In terms of his equipment, he's armed with the Gauntlets of Ultramar, which I famously once mistook for having a flat 3 damage. It doesn't. It does D3 damage, but it is strength ×2 and -3 AP. And the Gauntlets of Ultramar are also used in the shooting phase, and when they are used in the shooting phase, they're rapid fire 2, strength 4, -1, 2 damage. The only other things to obviously highlight about Calgar is he is a Space Marine, therefore he benefits from Shock Assault, which means that if he's charged or charges or heroically intervenes, he will get +1 to his attacks, making him attack 7. And because he is an Ultramarine within a Battleforged army, he gets to gain access to all of the disciplines, the doctrines rather. So he gets the Tactical Doctrine, the Devastator Doctrine, and the Assault Doctrine, although it goes Devastator, Tactical, Assault. So in round 1 he doesn't really massively benefit from anything, but in round 2, should by some miracle Gazcol be more than 12 inches away, when he moves and shoots those rapid fire 2 Gauntlets of Ultramar, he'll get to fire as if he hadn't moved. Ooh! And then obviously when he gets into combat, his AP -3 weapons become AP -4, but that won't massively matter against Gazcol either. So broadly speaking, very little will change bar the AP of the Gauntlets of Ultramar in both the Tactical and Assault Doctrine. But Marneus Calgar has pretty consistently performed. He does pretty well. As me and Joe discovered in a video I've yet to edit and put up on the YouTube channel, Marneus Calgar can't beat Agrax Agatone.
Which is a weird one, but...
Yeah. Yeah. Agrax Agatone really, really duffs up Marneus Calgar. Fun fact.
Yeah.
Who's he?
He's the Salamanders character.
Yeah.
The new Primaris one.
The new Primaris one, yeah. Yeah. In a one-on-one fight, anyway. I mean, I think everyone could agree that Calgar is a better character overall. But Agrax...
100%, but Agatone can put the damage out and he can take the damage.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because Agatone reduces the damage he takes by 1, which is big. He also ignores the -1 modifier for the guns early doors because of his being a salamander. He's got, what is it, a 2-up armor save and a 4-up invuln, or a 3-up armor save and a 4-up invuln?
A 2-up armor save and a 4-up invuln.
Yeah.
And because he's a salamander, he gets to re-roll 1 to hit and 1 to wound.
And he's armed with a big scary thunderhammer that does flat 4 damage.
Yeah.
Ooh, that is tasty.
And he's got 6 or 7 attacks on a charge.
I think it's 6, but and his Warlord trait allows you to re-roll the dice with flamer weapons, and he's got a 12-inch range, heavy flamer pistol.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, basically, we were finding that Calgar was getting peppered by fire before he'd even got there, and then proceeded to be lumped about the head with a massive Salamander's mastercrafted hammer. So it didn't really go too well for him. And in many respects, Gazcol exhibits a number of those attributes, so it's reasonable to assert that this will be Gazcol's round based on what we saw with Agatone on that video that has yet to be released. But what's your thoughts and feelings, Phil, based on the words that we've said and what you've seen in the past? Who do you think's got this in the bag?
I sort of think it'll be Gazgol just because he can... Is it maximum of 4 damage per phase? Or
Correct.
is it 3? So I think probably because of that, that will probably keep him alive longer. It's basically a toss-up between that and the half damage of Calgar.
And the problem is, if Calgar does manage to do 8 wounds to Gaz, Gazgol is then going to be hitting him still at strength 10, but with 8 attacks.
Oof. Yeah. I think I'm going to be Team Gaz in this one.
I kind of wish I could be Team Gaz in this one, but obviously I'm going to try and speak
No,
to
you chose your hero.
Well, indeed.
I've chosen multiple, but that doesn't matter.
Well, indeed. Well, so did I. I had a sermon, and now Marnius Calgar. Although, to be fair, to say I chose them is not entirely accurate, in as much as they kind of chose me. You know, it's one of those things that we, for the sake of this segment, we have to, you know, pretend as if one of us cares more than the other about the outcome. But the truth be told, we just want to know who wins. So. Yeah, I don't know really what else could be said about it. I think, obviously, the fact that Calgar is a chapter master and he gets to re-roll all of his to-hit rolls is handy. But, yeah, I'm struggling to think of a particular area where Calgar has the edge. Bar leadership, obviously, and the fact that he would grant an army 2 extra command points, which is entirely redundant in this conundrum. So, yeah, I guess we may as well move on to round 1, unless, of course, you've got any, you know, fighting words you want to say before we get things going, Joe.
I could scream wog, but I choose not to.
You
as
choose
a life
not
choice.
to. Well, that's very fair of you. So, Joe, looking at the dice that they're before you, would you like to go higher or lower? 4+ or 3 and under?
I'd like to go high, please.
He has gone high. He saves! It's a 4. Would you like to go first or second, Joe?
I'd love to go first.
Fabulous. So let's begin now. Round number 1.
Round 1.
Alright, so it's round 1, Joe. Please move whatever your movement is towards me.
I will move a mighty 7 inches. I like to imagine that he glides along the floor.
Do you think he's got that kind of smooth, kind of moonwalking capabilities?
Yeah, or like he's got Heelys on, you know?
Oh, that would be quite a cool addition to his arsenal, wouldn't it? Some fabulous Heelys.
Yeah.
Although
It's
I
a very
imagine
orc invention, isn't it?
very all conventional. Although I imagine maintaining a centre of gravity while carrying all of that payload above your head might be quite complicated.
Maybe that's what his little helper's for. What's his name?
Makari.
Yeah.
That's what the banner's actually for. It's like a stick that's just there to prop him up. It's like a bike rest, you know?
Yeah.
Or stand, or whatever they're called.
Or a sail.
Yes, or a sail. So what's the range of that big gun of yours?
36 inches.
Well, it would seem likely to me that that's in range. Do you want to shoot it at him?
I would, yes.
Wonderful.
5s and 6s, please.
Well, let's see how you do.
Oh, good.
That's not too bad. So you got 1, 2, 3 5s and 3 6s. So that's pretty reasonable. So you got 3 more shots that need to be resolved.
Yeah.
Because that's how orcs work. So let's see what those 3 shots get you. So that resulted in 1 extra hit. So that's a grand total of 7 hits that you got through there. Strength of that gun, if I'm not mistaken, is 5, and the toughness of Marnius Calgar is 5. So by the magic of Warhammer logic, that'll be a 4 to wound, wouldn't you say, Joe?
Indeedy doody.
Boosh. Good, actually, yeah, better than average. You got yourself 5 wounds. Oh no, 5 wounds, 4 wounds out of that. Sorry. No minus modifier on that, or are they -1?
-1.
Crikey. Alright, so I'm going to need 3 pluses. Here they go. Blimey. I took 1 wound, down to 7. Ooh. Feeling the pain early doors. Remind me again, Joe, how far do you move? 8, isn't it?
7.
7, okay, fine. So at this moment in time, you're 17 inches away from Calgar, yeah?
Yes.
Fabulous. Alright, cool. Well then, in Calgar's turn, unless you had anything else you wanted to do, shout war or something along those lines.
No. Gazgal is civilized.
Civilized. He's biding his time. He's marching across, shooting guns bravely.
He's shooting across on his little wheelies.
That's it.
Heelys.
Gliding along. So Calgar now is going to trudge along bravely into the face of, Gazkol's terrifying visage, and also seek to shoot him a fair bunch. So Calgar has 4 shots with his Gauntlets of Ultramar. So they're going to be hitting on 2s, re-rolling 1s. So he's hit 3 times and missed once, so I've got to re-roll the 1. And I've hit with everything. So if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to be needing 5s to wound because your toughness much and I'm strength 4. Correct, Joe?
Yes, correct. Toughness 7.
That's the words. So, 5s to wound. Not a single wound. Fabulous.
Not a sausage.
Well, you know what the rules of the Kotick say, though, Joe. I'm 11 inches away, so it's only rational that I attempt to make this rather improbable charge. Would you like to fire Overwatch?
I would like to.
Well, fabulous. Let's see how that goes for you. So you're going to be hitting on 6s. Here we go. So that is 2 hits.
2 sixes.
Which,
2 hits.
Which they themselves generate additional hits. Or rather, additional shots, not additional hits in and of themselves. So will we see double 6? No, it was only 2 hits. Now you're going to be wounding on 4s. So let's see what happens there. 1 wound, 1 failed to wound. So I will be saving on a 3+. And I fail that one as well. Down to 6 wounds for Calgar.
Ooh.
Feeling the pinch, everybody. Alright, cool. But can Calgar miraculously make an 11-inch charge, I hear you say?
We hope so.
You know, it'd be great if he did, but let's see what happens. No. 7 is not adequate. So, Joe, we hand over to Gazcol. Please bimble along, or glide, sorry, on your heelys towards...
Glide like a majestic swan upon a lake.
That's the one. That's the one. So now you are all of 4 inches away, and you've now still got 12 shots to be making, which all seems perfectly reasonable.
Yep.
Would you like to fire those 12 shots, Joe?
I will do.
Okay, then.
I will do. And I will hit with at least 3, I will say.
Well, you hit with 3 6s and 1 5. Well done.
I'll
So
take that.
you're off to a cracking start there, mate. So 3 6s and 1 5. So you've got 3 other shots to resolve, of which you get 1 extra. So that is a grand total of 5 hits. Yeah, because you had 4 before, and now you have 5. Maths.
Yeah.
Wounding on 4s. 2 wounds. 2 free-up saves. Saves them both.
Oh, just.
What a boss. But can you now, Joe, make a 4-inch charge? But before you try, can I hit you 4 times with bolt guns? Here we go. I've got 1 hit so far, and I get to re-roll the 3 misses. So let's see how that goes. I've got 3 hits, Joe. 3!
That's unheard of.
It's unbelievably fortuitous. Let's see whether I can roll some 5s, though. I rolled 2 5s, Joe. 2!
Ooh, saucy.
It's also worth highlighting that this is actually the second battle round, so I'm in the tactical doctrine, so this is -2, so this is going to be on your 4-up invuln.
I'll be alright.
You'll be fine? You believe?
I believe.
Alright, here they go. You're failing both, Joe. You've taken 4 damage from Overwatch.
I've taken 4 damage, but that's good, you see.
Oh, yeah.
Because
now
now I've gained
fighty.
an extra attack.
Is that right? Is you've got to be down to 8 wounds to be fighty?
Oh, no, it's 6 wounds.
Oh, look at
for
that.
me.
But can you make the charge, Joe? I mean, that's the important differential that we haven't accounted for yet. Can you roll a 4? Are you feeling fortunate?
Oh, yes. Like the song Fortunate Son.
Oh, you rolled 9, so you're well in, sir. So
Yeah.
how many attacks do you have on a charge?
So he's got 5 attacks base,
Right,
and then he gets +1 for being himself.
of course.
And then I can't remember what his Warlord trait does.
I believe, if I remember from the last episode, his Warlord trait gives him another attack, maybe? Or is it his Warlord trait that gives him the exploding 6s?
No, because being a Goth gives him exploding 6s.
Oh, yeah, that's what that does. He was, like, more fighty or something. I swear he had, like, 7 attacks last time.
Hang on.
You're going to have to... Hang on, everybody. We're just going to find out what the rules are. 2 seconds.
5 minutes later.
So after searching through the catacombs of my 40k library, it was what I said it was. +1 attack. So you're on 7, yeah?
Yeah, I'm on... Hang on.
So you have 5,
Does-
+1 for
he
being
doesn't-
you, 7 for being a
Well, he
wound.
doesn't get +1 because he doesn't have the infantry keyword.
Oh, yeah, so you'd just be on 6.
Yeah, so it's just on 6 attacks.
Just on 6 attacks. Hitting on 2s, 3 rolling 1s, though, right?
Yes.
And any 6s are exploding.
Exploding.
Alright, well, let's see what you get. You ready, Joe? Ready to roll?
Ready.
Boosh. So you got 2 6s there
Ooh.
and 4 other hits. So you got 2 more attacks to resolve. So let's see how they go. So that's a grand total of 8 hits. Now, what is the strength of your boy? 12 or something?
He's currently he is strength 7 times 2, so 14.
14. So he'll be wounding on 2s, yes?
That is correct.
That seems totally legit. Alright, let's see how that goes. So you rolled a couple 1s. So now you have 6 wounds that have gone through there. So Calgar needs to pass 4 4-up invuns to not be dead. Let's see how he does. Oh, he did the opposite. He failed 4 4-up invuns.
This brings me great joy.
Ghazghkull rips the head of Marneus Calgar clean out from his Gravis armor and brandishes it towards the sky like a predator from the film Predator.
He was like, I watched this last night, boys. Tell me if this is cool or not.
Yeah. Hold my beer.
Yeah.
So round 1 goes to Ghazghkull. No one was surprised, but can Marneus Calgar upset the odds and take one back in round 2?
Round 2.
Alright, so round 2, Calgar goes first. He's going to bimble forwards his 6 inches. Boop, 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 boop. And now he stands 18 inches away from his mortal enemy, Ghazghkull, Trout, Fracker. I can't remember what we said the middle name was going to be, so I went with Mike from Breaking Bad. Anyway, let's roll some dice at you. So 2 shots hitting on 2s. 1 misses, 1 hits, but I reroll the 1. Brilliant. 1 hits, 1 misses.
Doesn't he always count as remaining stationary?
No, because Gravis armor is not the same as Terminator armor.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, you see. But he would do if it was the second battle round, because I'd be in the tactical doctrine, and as an Ultramarine, I'd always count as being stationary. But that is not in effect at this point in time.
Okie dokie.
You see, that's why Terminator Calgar was a little better.
And he was cooler as well.
Yeah, he was a bit more shouty, wasn't he? Anyway, I've hit you once. I'm going to wound you on a 5. I wound you on a 6, in fact. I was wrong. How do you feel about making a 3+ armor save, Joe?
Emotionally scarred.
Well, let's see if it leaves a, albeit fictional, but very real scar. It's a 4. You do not feel the pain and anguish of a bolt around to the face on this day. So, Joe, using 9 Heelys, please move across the table.
Whoosh.
So now, only 11 inches away, you have your 12 shots to resolve.
Yeah. I like to imagine that whilst he's healing along, he does like the Naruto pose.
Oh, definitely. He's definitely a Naruto runner. That much is true. Or is it Naruto or Naruto?
I don't know.
Phil, do you want to wade in on this? Clearly not. Right.
I don't know, if I'm honest.
Fair enough. Joe, you're going to hit on 5s. Feeling confident?
Always.
Boosh.
Born confident.
Well, okay. So I see 2 3 5s and 2 6s.
Yeah.
So let's get into a situation where you can roll those 2 6s again. So the 2 6s themselves become no extra hits. So that was 4 hits, right? 5, yes. Okay, fine. Yeah, that sounds more reasonable. Wounding on 4s. Here we go.
Whee! Oh.
3 wounds.
4 wounds.
Oh yeah, 4 wounds, because the 4 is also a wound. It's an impressive barrage, but can Calgar resist?
No. He is weedy.
No, he takes 2 wounds. 2 wounds does the Calgar take. But now it is your turn, Joe, to charge headlong into the danger.
The danger zone.
So I'm going to roll my 4 shots and see what happens. Here we go. 4 shots. I hit none of them, but I can re-roll all of them. I hit none of them. Great. And this is where Joe rolls an 11. Right, Joe?
Yep. Straight off the bat.
Boosh. Oh, it's a 7, Joe.
No, he does get to re-roll, though, because he does have... Here we go.
Oh, yeah, he does, doesn't he? Here we go.
Yeah.
I saw the 6. I saw
It's
the
a
6,
six
but
and
then
a
it became an
two.
8. So not quite enough. Well, there you go. All right, cool. So entering into or remaining within the tactical doctrine. No, we're entering into the tactile doctrine. Tactical doctrine. And Calgar moves 5 inches away from Gazgol's face and then proceeds to shoot 4 times. He hits 4 times, wounding on 5s. He wounds no times. Well done, Calgar. Doing well. Can he make a 5-inch charge? But before rolling those dice, can Joe shoot him to death 12 times? Feeling confident again, Joe? Happy?
I would like to think that Gazgol just nonchalantly just kind of shrugs him off, you know.
Well, let's discover. 6s to hit.
Ooh,
4 hits.
Four-
Wow.
4 hits.
Good lord. He is on a tear, isn't he? So 6 hits with 6 new rolls. Well, not 6 hits, sorry, 4 hits. They were 6s, but now it's 5 hits. There you go. Sorry, I'm doing words but not saying the right ones. These will be wounding on 4s. And they wound twice. So 2 free-up saves for Calgar. Calgar passed both of his saves. Now, fun story, Calgar just passed both his saves on 5s. 5 is the number I need to see the accumulative value of which on 2 dice in order to make this charge. Will I do it?
Here we go.
With an 8.
I saw the 3 first. And
I know. I was like, it's not going to go Calgar's way. But it has. And now he's got 7 attacks smashing into your orky skull of madness. So here we go. 7 attacks. Boosh. 2 misses, but reroll those 2 ones. So everything hits. And I'm going to be winning you on freeze. Because I am strength 8 to your toughness 7.
Wow.
Of which I get 2 wounds. It's
that's not good.
It's not great. And then you get your 2 4-up invites. So let's see how that goes. Oh, good. You passed them both. Great.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Lovely. Good. Yeah, great. Yeah, lovely.
Now, I get
6 attacks.
6 attacks back now.
Hitting on 2s with exploding 6s. Oh,
He rolled
goody.
2 6s.
So 2 extra attacks. Let's see how those go. Oh, you missed one, but you get to re-roll it.
I do.
You hit 8 times.
8 times. It's wounding on 2s.
It is wounding on 2s. That is correct. You didn't roll a single one. So now I've got to make...
How many wounds do you have left?
Well, I think I've been wounded twice already. Well, let's see what I roll and see if it matters. Oh, it does matter.
It does matter. He only rolled one under 4. He only rolled 1 2. So he's only taken
2 damage.
2 damage. So he's
Down to 4.
down to 4. But Gazgol's go next.
Oh yeah, it's Gazgol's get to go again.
Yeah, Gazgol gets to punch him again.
Yeah, because that's how that works. Does he? Yeah, he still gets the extra attack, doesn't he? Because it's a warlord trait. Lovely. All right, well, let's see how that goes. Here we go. 6 more attacks from Gaz.
Yeah.
No 6s this time.
No
but
6s though. Very sad.
Hits. So wounding on 2s. 1 failed to wound Joe.
Oh.
And now 5 4-up invuns. No, he's dead.
No, he's dead.
No, he's dead. What a shocker. Oh, Calgar, why?
Broken, thrown to the ground, unloved and uncared about for generations to come.
Good old Gazgol. I mean, Gazgol is so good in this format, isn't he? He's just an absolute truck.
Yeah. Broken, one would say. But
I wouldn't say broken. I just say very, very good.
yeah.
He's he's a force, isn't he? I mean, playing out these situations with Gaz has made me kind of reevaluate my overall assessment of him, because he is monstrous, isn't he?
He is an absolute. He's an absolute unit. As they say.
In a one-on-one he is, but in a sort of army-wide context, he's his ability to like shrug off damage by only taking 4 per turn is going to be mitigated by stuff from the shooting phase and psychic phase and stuff.
You say that though, but with terrain being so prominent now, he can just hide until turn 3 and then come out and then just wreck you.
Does he still have to bimble up the board or scoot?
Oh yeah, at the moment.
Yeah, because again, depending on how that new stratagem for coming in from outflanking and stuff works, it could be that could be incredibly useful for him.
Well, he does have the monster keyword though.
He does, yeah.
Which means that he might be able to attack people on higher up levels. Would be hilarious.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing. Not knowing enough about 9th edition at this point, I could probably safely start to suggest that Ghazghkull is actually going to get quite a lot better in 9th, because one of the core elements of like 8th edition orcs was the horde mentality of everything, but it might be that actually there's a lot more viability in orc armies to be more elite, because it just might make more sense to run it that way.
Yeah, I think the Frontline Gaming guys, when they've talked about it, because they were playtesters, they've sort of said there's a bit more of an emphasis on bigger models like tanks and monsters, because they've got big buff. So while you could take a horde, you'd probably, you might want 1 or 2 big blobs of units, but you'd probably want 1 or 2 big army units as well. And if you look at, because a lot of their stuff comes from like Age of Sigmar, if you look at the general composition of an Age of Sigmar army, there's always like at least one big thing that's like your main warlord or a monster in your army. Like, just visually it looks better, so I can see why they've gone, make sure you're rewarded for having big things in your army and some little stuff, because just visually it'll look better than just a swarm of orc boys.
Big things should be scary.
For sure.
Like when someone puts Ghazghkull down on the table, you should legitimately be scared and worried. Or when someone throws a knight on the table, you should be actually concerned. Not like, oh, I could actually kill that in 1 round of shooting. This will be
or worse, where you go, oh, I'll just hide in these ruins so it can't get to me in combat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was always the ridiculous aspect of 8th, wasn't it? The idea that you could just stand on some boxes and go, ha-ha! And it was like, oh, great. I mean, don't get me wrong, I use that all the time, but it was... I did acknowledge to my opponent that, it was really stupid. But I still did it, because, hee-hee. But, only in tournament settings. Obviously in friendly games, I didn't use that nonsense.
Much.
No, I never did. Like, if me and Joe or Phil were playing a game against each other, I'd always be like, well, of course I'm not going to do that stuff, because it's just stupid. But obviously in tournament situations, you've got to exploit every angle. That's just how it goes. But, yeah. Interesting, man. It's going to be really interesting to see what the final's like. I mean, obviously, it's no surprise who...
Oh, Phil.
You're right, Phil.
I'm just being literally attacked by a cat who's thrown himself at me from the shed. Hold on. Let me just go check he's okay. See what's going on.
Phil's having an episode, everybody. But yeah.
It's not really a cat. It's just a giant rat, and he's just old and confused now. That's the problem.
That is the downside of it all. It's fair to say. But yeah, no, I was thinking it's not a surprise the 2 characters that made it through to the end, right? Like Abaddon the Despoiler and Ghazghkull Fracker are absolutely the 2 real powerhouse characters within the criteria that we set from the outset. So it's going to be incredibly interesting to see who wins out.
But when we set it out, we didn't actually. But we weren't even aware that Ghazghkull was getting a new model.
No, that is true. That is true. The journey we've been on with this, we kind of felt like Ghazghkull early doors wasn't going to be all that impressive, but he just, he just made some gains, didn't he?
Yeah, he was like, oh, I've got to get busy in a week.
Yeah. Can't skip on leg day.
Yeah.
That's how it was. No, I'm very impressed with that, though. I think Gaz is really winning me over. Very interested to see how he does against Abaddon in the next round. But there we go. Well done, Joe. You got a victory under your belt there. You're going to be facing off against Abaddon the Spoiler, which will be played by Richie based on previous iterations. So it'll be you and Richie fighting out in the final.
Yeah, it's actually a rather unsuspected final.
That's it. That's it. Who would have seen that coming? But there you go, guys. Thanks very much for checking out, as always. Hope you enjoyed it. And we're going to move on now to the end of the show, basically. Unless, of course, we did an end of the show quiz. I don't know yet. Maybe it's the end of the show quiz. Maybe it's just the end of the show. I guess we'll find out.
Depends on whether Phil's been finished off by that cat or not.
Yeah, I am worried about him. He's not made a return, has he?
So it's a vicious cat.
We'll send out the search party for Phil. We'll call his missus and say we're worried and see how that goes. All right, guys. Well, thanks very much. Let's see whatever it is that comes next. Transitional noise. Woo! And that's it, everybody. The end of episode 52 of the Lookout Sir 40k podcast. We hope you enjoyed this random assortment of ramblings that we brought to you for your own entertainment during these fun, difficult times that we are all enduring. How did you think that went, Joe? Was it an exciting episode for you?
I thought it was very, very enjoyable. I hope to come back again soon.
Come back again soon. You're so big time now, Joe. So big time.
I know. I'm living in a different world.
Yeah? Is that how it is now, is it? Now that you're a foreground shill, it's all changed.
Yeah. I've got to that stage now where obviously the whole thing's going on in the world at the moment. But I'm working. I, honest to God, have no clue what day it is. Most of the time, still.
So you're saying that you felt more attached to reality when you were furloughed than when you've been working?
Yeah, I kind of felt like I had more structure to my day because every day was the same. Now my work is like completely different every day.
Yeah,
I don't have a clue what's going on anymore.
There you go. How about you, Phil? How's it all going from your side of things, mate? All good?
Yeah, it was a good episode. Always good when we delve into the psychic awakening sort of army sections. Always enjoyed it. I'm kind of curious as to where the story's going to go. I mean, I've only really been sort of partially keeping tabs on what's been going within the law side of things. I've been trying to read some of the psychic awakening like stories that they've been publishing on the websites. They've been pretty good to read.
Well, I mean, I can read you a small extract from towards the end of this book. Here you go. As one, the Adeptus Mechanicus fleet turned and powered towards the fiery heart of the system star. I don't know what that means, but that was towards the end of the lore in this book.
There was the one Adeptus Mechanicus one that I read on the website was about a sort of Dominus on a sort of ship going off somewhere. I can't quite remember. And he discovered there was a cargo bay that had been sealed down due to apparently like radiation leaks. And he discovered that there was no radiation coming from it, so it was clearly a bit of a cover-up. And he was suspecting that the like Arch Dominus guy was doing a bit of a cover-up, so he basically tries to sneak in to find out what it is. And they allude to some kind of device that they're secretly taking and trying to test out, but you don't know what it is. But it seems like little stories like that might be a part of a much bigger story. So I think
they are doing a very good job of like seeding all these little narratives within the overall narrative, aren't they? They're definitely planting a lot of intriguing, open-ended opportunities. Did you see as well, actually, there was that article on Warhammer Community of art of Warhammer 40,000. Did you look at that?
Yeah, that was so good.
Did you notice that in the Alien Races segment, they had the orbs from Astartes?
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
That's quite
I don't know if
interesting.
that was deliberate or it just looked a bit like it.
Oh, I get the feeling it was deliberate, mate. You can't ignore the popularity of Astartes, surely.
No, I think that was just a bit of a random coincidence.
Really? I mean, they are
It didn't look
identical.
the same. It was like an orb shape, but that one was very white and clean and a bit like the Oblivion movie.
I don't know, man. I feel like we're probably getting a little bit into the semantics of the situation if we're starting to talk about the way they coloured it in. But, I mean, I guess you're probably right in that sense. But, I mean, it's quite clearly, like, interesting that they've Because there were also like those big spore men, weren't there, with like loads of guns
Yeah.
coming out. They were.
I would love a few models of those. Like, they don't need to do like a whole alien race as like a new codex, but maybe like alien mercenaries, like they did with the old Regiments of Renowned for fantasy.
The Dogs
like,
of War back in the day?
yeah, Dogs of War. Just literally some completely random, like one-off units that any race can hire out. Would be fantastic.
Well, that sort of feels like what they're doing with the Blackstone Fortress. Yeah, that seems to be where that version of events gets expressed now. But no, I loved it. Do you think the dude at the bottom, Joe, is a mega arachnid?
He did look very, very similar to that. But obviously they were all trapped on one planet.
Oh yeah, but that was 10,000 years ago. They were trapped on a planet.
Yeah, maybe they've been released a little bit elsewhere, which would be quite nice. But I do think, like you said, a lot of stuff is kind of confined to Blackstone Fortress. So maybe you might have just one random one just kind of hanging about.
Yeah. Well, it's still cool though, man, that they're starting to do more sort of artwork that expands it, and I do really love that artwork in as much as it's so, like brutal and visceral in the imagery that they've done with it, and in so many ways it shows off so much more of the 41st millennia than the parameters that we already kind of regularly understand, I guess.
Yeah.
When you get to see all this.
The artwork where it's like the Blood Angels and they're putting the sarcophagus, doing like a procession to put it in the Redemptor, I thought that was amazing.
Oh, incredible.
And it looked so familiar. Like, if someone had told me, oh, this is from 5th edition, I'd be like, oh yeah, of course. It like makes... Like, the art style is so familiar, but then it's all Primaris units and it's all brand new. So you just go, oh wow, they're really like nailing it. Like, it's really spot on.
Oh yeah, they've just. I think there's so much great stuff to be excited about with 9th edition around the corner. You been keeping up with the dailies, Joe? I mean, I know you've been busy doing your own dailies.
No, I haven't watched a single daily yet.
Wow, man! But yet you're going out daily, responding to people's questions based on them, aren't you?
I normally pick up what happens on the community.
Yeah, fair enough.
And then basically have someone else tell me.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
You don't need to take the time to learn these things. People will tell you.
Yeah, that's where I'm at now.
That's where you're at.
I just hope that they're correct in what they tell me.
I suppose if anyone wants to do you wrong, Joe, they just need to start telling you misinformation that you can then start to regurgitate as fact on your various live streams.
Get into a position where I trust them completely.
There you go. So you're saying I've got to do it?
Yes.
I've just got to start lying to you and then seeing if I can plant little weird moments when you start saying stuff.
Potentially.
That's the way it goes. Also, as well, in the UK, we've now entered into a situation where technically, if we wanted to put a gaming table out in the garden, we could actually play games with each other. That's quite an exciting change of pace.
Just do it in a tent.
Well, I suppose, would a tent technically count as an internal space, like the indoors?
It's like a gazebo, something with a roof but open sides.
I've seen pictures of my friends on the interwebs doing garden hammer. I've seen that going on.
Then we should do it.
We should probably
garden hammering.
That needs to probably be done at some point, really. It's on the cards. It's just the weather hasn't really been holding up over the last few days, so it's one of those, isn't it? You sort of wonder about the logistics of the whole situation.
We'll find a way around it. Just umbrellas.
Of course we will. But yeah, anyway, look, there you go. That was pretty cool. I think, generally, great little episode. Good to cover off some Mechanicus content and to get back into the Psychic Awakenings. Really excited to see what's on the horizon for the Death Guard. I've got a bit of a soft spot for Death Guard just from a lore perspective. Plus, I really love the Typhus miniature. So I'm kind of curious to see what they give them. I know they've started to do some reveals in Warhammer Community, but I think the Death Guard could be super interesting. Plus, it's going to be really interesting to see how different assassins are. That'll be quite weird to see what they get. Anyone got any thoughts or feelings towards new assassins?
Probably exactly the same as before, because the last update... Because this would be like the third update for them.
Well, this is
8th edition.
This is I imagine it's just White Dwarf rules being put in a book.
Yeah, maybe a slight tweak if anything was deemed overpowered, but I predominantly reckon it'll be just the same as before.
Well, there you go. Well, let's see if they don't surprise us. I guess we'll know soon enough. It goes on pre-order this weekend, doesn't it?
I think so. Yes.
Yeah, it goes on pre-order this weekend, and they're also revealing this weekend the box set that we've all kind of already seen.
Yeah, it's funny because they're like, we're going to show you what's in the box, but you kind of already know what's in the box.
The thing I'm most excited for, Joe, is I'm most excited for the new edition, new army box sets. Those are usually a good thing.
Yeah, like they do at Christmas.
Yeah. Well, they always do it. Like, when they launch new editions, they've always come along and gone, new edition, new army.
What I really need them to do is release the Tyranid one that they did.
Is that with 9 Carnifexes, ideally?
Yes, 9 Carnifexes would be brilliant.
For a tenner.
Yeah.
That'll do me just fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, as I say, I need to sort of evaluate. It's been an interesting process at the moment, trying to be in this weird middle ground of gaming, because not really able to play much 8th edition outside of Tabletop Simulator, and to be fair, the appetite for 8th edition games since the announce of 9th has really, really gone down. And yeah, I can't really write army lists or do the things that I do day in, day out, because I don't know anything, so it's very weird at the minute. Like, I've got this weird muscle memory thing, or like this reflex action of like when I get into bed, I turn on my phone and I just click on Battlescribe, and then I start going, oh yeah, there's no point because I can't come up with lists. Cause...
You do that like weird, lost and confused look into the middle distance of like, oh, I'm wasting my time.
Yeah. I mean, prior to knowing we were recording this, I was writing a bunch of Mechanicus lists, thinking, oh, let's have a look at that, and then I was like, oh, actually, what's the point? It's just we don't know what it's going to be.
What's even the point? As he screams out of the window into the void of your front garden.
My front garden, out into the suburban cul-de-sac that I reside within.
Your neighbours are like, oh, he's at it again.
Exactly.
Screaming.
It is one of the things. They just live in constant fear. I'm that guy on the street that I terrorise everyone.
Yeah.
I own this street. I'm like Mandy from This Country.
They're just like, oh, that poor boy.
Have you watched This Country yet, Joe?
No.
Come on, Joe, get on it. I don't understand. You'll love it.
I've just finished watching all of The Walking Dead.
I mean, that was a waste of time. Get on This Country. It's only 3 series, and they're only about 6 episodes each. So you'll love them.
Yeah, but I'm on a bit of a zombie hype at the moment. I kind of need to I need to sate that is the problem.
Is this because you've been playing Zombicide?
Yeah.
Sorry, Phil, say that?
I was going to say, because when I last watched the last episode of Walking Dead, that wasn't the finale, because they hadn't edited it together yet. So
basically, there's the last episode that was aired was called The Tower. And then the next episode, which was supposed to be the series final, they didn't actually finish filming it because obviously COVID hit. So it's one of those that we have to wait for them to be able to go back to filming, and then they can release the episode.
I mean, maybe they could just record it all over Zoom like everyone else does.
Could you imagine?
It would be a bit weird.
All of a sudden, you've just got an episode of people running around their front rooms.
Yeah, pretending to be chased by zombies, which is just their dog with a mask on.
Yeah, could work really well.
There was quite a nice early phenomena within the lockdown where people were doing like weird viral videos where they would like punch the screen and then react to the punch and then do their own, and it would create this ongoing fight sequence over the internet. Did you see those?
I saw those, yes.
See, we should have got one of those away for gaming, shouldn't we? For Warhammer, we should have seen all of us dweebs trying to throw pathetic punches at each other, or maybe like make it sort of funnier where it's all just like rolling dice and then going, oh no, and taking models off or something. We missed that opportunity, Joe.
Winters did a very good video of him playing with himself.
Oh yeah, that was brilliant.
Yeah.
He was like,
which was a Morkanaut and a Gorkanaut versus a Reaver Titan.
Yeah.
which was quite good.
Oh, he's good value, isn't he? He's good value. I needed to go play him at some point this year, but obviously it can't happen now, or won't happen for a while because of all the
Ask
stuff.
him if he wants to play in the garden.
Well, maybe he needs to complete the Lookout Sir set. Really, he's played Phil and Joe. He hasn't suffered at the hands of whatever it is that I bring to the table. But yeah, I guess we'll look at it for 9th edition and see how it goes. But there you go, guys. Look, that was episode 52. Like and subscribe. Say nice things about us because it makes us feel warm and fuzzy. Equally, if you don't like it very much, I can't imagine you made it all this way. But if you have and you really don't like what you've had to go through, tell us about that as well because I guess it's all traffic, isn't it? It's all news. So yeah, there you go. Any final thoughts, Phil, before I say goodbye?
Like and subscribe, or have you done that?
I did that, Phil. I mean,
No, I can't. It's time to say goodbye then.
Exactly. It's 12:30. We've all had enough of this now. It's time to call it a day. Goodbye, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye, everyone. Bye. Bye-bye.